Hello everybody, I'm Morgan Gard, and this is your Pack Preview. The top Capital and Colonial teams are battling it out today in the Tiernan Center. I'm talking about IU East and Asbury in the KIAC Game of the Week. Right now I'm joined with Coach Moore to talk about today's game. So hello Coach, how are you?
Good, how are you, Morgan?
Good, and excited for this KIAC matchup. So before we talk about Asbury though, let's recap this Rio game.
Well, we came into Rio just expecting them to play hard. The last game, we did everything right up until about, I would say, the third quarter. A lot of things went wrong, a lot of possessions, defensive possessions to be specific, were bad. And we wanted to highlight that, knowing that we're going to play Rio again, and also just kind of approach it with a different game plan. In the first quarter, it was a little shaky. We were still kind of getting used to the game plan, but we stuck with it, and obviously went our way.
Okay, what were some key items to this game plan for the Rio game?
Well, they're obviously bigger than us, so help side and post defense was a big emphasis, and just getting it out in transition, just making them work for every point.
Okay, and Tia King had a very big game and hit the 1,000-point club at the Rio game. Is this a milestone you guys predicted early on in the season, or did it just kind of creep up on you?
I would say it kind of just crept up on us. The Rushville game against West Virginia Tech, or the game in Rushville against West Virginia Tech, was kind of when Tia, I think she matched her career points in that game, and then we didn't know that she was almost near 1,000 points. So when she did hit that milestone, it was pretty fun.
Were you guys excited for her?
Yeah. She's going to definitely hit 2,000, we know, by her senior year. But, yeah, that's a big achievement. It's a big accomplishment, but we have, bigger things to kind of worry about.
Do you know if that was a goal of hers to get it as a sophomore or just an overall goal?
I think it kind of just happened.
Okay.
Tia's obviously, everyone knows our scorer. So, it was maybe expected, but it kind of just happened.
Okay, and something happening today is the Asbury game, and they're on a 6-game winning streak. How do you plan on breaking that streak today?
Just going out and playing our game. We have a game plan set, and if we just stick to it, we're going to be good.
Okay, and what are some key things to look for our viewers when they are watching the game that our girls will be executing? So how will we know that they are executing the game plan that you have made for them?
Well,
without telling us, obviously, the game plan.
I don't really know how to answer that. I'm bad at secrets, and I will probably give it away. But I don't know. Just expect the same but kind of different IU East team. We're always going to play hard, but we're going to do it in a different way.
Okay. Well, thank you for not spilling any secrets, and good luck today in the KIAC Game of the Week, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm Morgan Gard, and let's take this one over to our live commentators at the Tiernan Center.
Hello once again, and welcome to IU East Women's Basketball on the Red Wolf Sports Network. I'm Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Christ on the call for tonight's game. It's the 33rd ranked Asbury University Eagles at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center taking on the IU East Red Wolves. Asbury enters tonight's game with a record of 15-8 on the season, 11-1 in the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. The only team on either side or either division with only a single conference loss. IU East, on the other hand, 14-9 on the season, 9-2 in the KIAC. IU East is coming off of a 84-79 home win against the University of Rio Grande on January 30th. Asbury has won both NAIA meetings between the schools, including a 64-61 win in the KIAC tournament title game last March. For the Asbury Eagles, they've now won 6 in a row, most recently a 97-67 home win against Cincinnati Christian University on January 30th. The Eagles are under the direction of Tim Brown, who was recently named interim coach after the resignation of former head coach Jason Price on January 25th. Franklin, it looks like it should be a great matchup here this evening between these two top teams.
It should be, very anticipated ball game this entire week in practice for IU East. And really the biggest thing to look for is the letdowns coming off of a big win. IU East obviously coming out and, getting the big win this past week over Rio Grande. Another much-needed win for them, especially within this division, to kind of pull ahead and take over that first spot in the Capital Division. or Colonial Division. I'm sorry, but that you just kind of hope to not see the setbacks, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of energy IU East comes out with here in this very pivotal game with Asbury this afternoon.
All right, we'll take a quick break and come back with the starting lineups for tonight's matchup in the KIC Game of the Week here on the Red Wolf Sports Network between the Asbury Eagles and the IU East Red Wolves right here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Hello, I'm Caleb Gillock, the host of Inside IUE Sports, a show where we talk with coaches, players, and other guests about what's happening with IUE's athletics.
In the top 100 high school seniors.
Last year we were fortunate enough to do a variety of things on the track and then off to be able to be considered.
Make sure to join us on Friday nights at 8:30 p.m. on WETV Channel 20.
And your IU East Red Wolves. Now let's see the starting lineup for this evening's contest. First, for the visiting Eagles from Asbury University. At guard, 5'9" senior, number 1, Tyler Gorby. At forward, 5'11" junior, number 2, Savannah Taylor. At guard, 5'5" junior, number 20, Brittany Warren. At forward, 6'4" junior, number 21, Lee Whiteside. At guard, 5'6" junior, number 22, Katie Fletcher. Your head coach is Tim Brown, assistant coaches Sarah Gaines and Chelsea Farrell. And now, the starting lineup for your IU East Red Wolves. At guard, a 5'5" sophomore from Honolulu, Ohio, number 5, Kristen Miller. At guard, a 5'4" sophomore from Vincent, Indiana, number 10, Bailey Dryman. At guard, a 5'8" freshman from Grafton, Ohio, number 12, Adriana Moore. At guard, a 5'9" sophomore from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 22, Julie King. And at center, a 5'11" sophomore from Rushville, Indiana, number 24, Kerrigan Lehall. Your head coach is Tiffany Selhorst, assistant coaches Bruce Morris and Alexa Beth. Your coaches for tonight's game are Linda Miles, Roger Marley, and Thurman Legs.
All right, well, there you have the starting lineups for tonight's matchup between the IU East Red Wolves and the Asbury University Eagles. Franklin, should be a great matchup here between these two teams tonight.
Yes, it should. Pretty contrasting styles. Asbury pretty long and very lengthy unit. So they're definitely going to be looking to get the ball inside, pound it inside, and take advantage of that height and length. And IU East, a very quick squad, as many of you guys know, gets the ball out, pushes the tempo, trying to get a lot of possession. So yeah, very contrasting styles.
Well, IU East, the number 1 team in the Colonial Division. Asbury, the number 1 team from the Capital Division. And the now 27th ranked Asbury University Eagles, that was just reported to us. Asbury now up to number 27, move up 6 spots in this week's top 25 poll. Still just outside the top 25. The Eagles have the basketball. It's going to be on the right wing. Now pass down the free throw line. Out to the corner. Now up high into the hands of Fletcher. Working on over to the right side. Shot clock down to 7. Shot inside the lane. No good. And the rebound this time by the IU East Red Bulls' Kerrigan Ehoff. The missed shot was by Whiteside. And now it's down on the other end of the floor with Bailey Dryman. Dryman with the basketball. Gets it out to Tia King. King out high for the Red Wolves. Takes the shot. It's worth 3. This one off to the left. And it'll be short as well. I'll turn it over to the Eagles.
Not really the shot I think you really want on your first possession. No. One pass and shot. Try and go to the basket, get something going, go vertical, north and south.
On down the floor now with the Eagles. Out on the right elbow, back over to the left side to Gorby. Gorby passes over to the right side. 3-point shot taken this time. No good for Brittany Warren. And getting the ball down low, gets it back out, chopped to Gorby for the 3. This one off the mark for the Eagles as well as Bailey Dryman swats it into the hands of Kerrigan Ehoff. And Tia King on down the left side of the floor for IU East.
Second chance opportunity as we see King get into the lane. There you go, north and south. That's what we're talking about right there.
Tia King with the first basket of the ball game for the Red Wolves. Puts IU East up 2-0. Gorby brings it across center court. Passes out onto the right elbow to Taylor. Taylor with the basketball inside the lane. Puts one up, gets it to fall. And we're all tied up at 2.
Good left hand there through contact as well.
Bailey Dryman crosses over, goes over to the right side. Dryman takes the shot, knocks it down. And now the Red Wolves have the lead once again, up by 2.
Yeah, you've heard us talk a lot about Bailey Dryman, looking more to get her shot. Coach Tiffany Selhorst and the coaching staff, really looking for her to become a good asset on the offensive end of the floor.
Taylor puts another one up inside the lane, doesn't get it to go. Here's Tia King on the move to the other end of the floor. King gives it out to Miller in the left corner. Quickly surrounded by some Asbury defenders. On over to the right side, Adriana Moore. And this one goes too high and too long. Picked up by the Eagles. And bringing it on down the floor here for Asbury will be Warren. On down, throws the shot up, gets it to fall. And now we're all tied up at 4 with 7:32 to go in the first quarter.
Just a poor job getting back on defense. Picked the ball up way too late. Able to go the length of the floor. Got to stop the ball sooner.
Bailey Dryman over to the right side. Crosses over, goes back left. Picks up her dribble, tries to give it to Niehoff. And now coming away with the basketball for the Eagles. Warren on the move down to the other end of the floor. Blocked by Kristen Miller.
And the ball goes out of bounds to IU East as well off the block shot. Hit the Asbury player laying underneath the bucket. It's a nice play by Kristen. See her many times take those offensive fouls. Not showing off her jumping ability very often.
On down the floor now with the Red Wolves. Tia King with the basketball on the right side of the floor for IU East. Come over, takes the shot from the left elbow. This one's short. And picked up by the Eagles, who'll bring it on down the floor. Right now, the ball is Fletcher. Fletcher gets it back out top to Gorby. And she sets up the play here for the Eagles as they now have 16 on the shot clock. On down to the right corner, Fletcher puts up the 3. This one's off the mark. It'll go out of bounds. And this will stay with the Eagles with 6:39 to go.
I thought perhaps that was off of Asbury.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I thought that was possibly off of Asbury. I don't know. Tough angle, though, for the official. I give those guys the benefit of the doubt. We like to razz them sometimes, but not an easy job.
Inside the lane, taking it to the basket, unable to score that time was Brittany Warren. Pass on down the floor to Tia King. King backs it back out into the corner and starts to set things up for IU East as she breaks inside the lane, puts a shot up, gets the basket to go, and Tia King will go to the free throw line, a chance to make it a 3-point lead here for the IU East Red Wolves.
Oh, good patience there from King. Didn't immediately go into the lane and force the issue. Just kind of pulled the ball back out, saw what was available, and attacked when she saw a seam. So good heads-up play there from Tia.
That was on 22, Katie Fletcher. She picks up her first, team's first on the Eagles. And that will put King at the line to shoot 1 for IU East. First free throw here today for the Red Wolves. .6:21 to play in the first quarter. IU East has the 6-4 lead. Here's Tia King at the free throw line. And the free throw up and in. That puts the Red Wolves up by 3.
And more full court pressure from IU East. Kind of had a feeling in practice this week Tiffany Selfhorst was going to give this look defensively.
Over to the right side. In the hands of Warren. Warren heads the center of the floor. Back over to the left side to Fletcher. Fletcher with the basketball. Down to 11 on the shot clock as she shoots it. And Fletcher comes away with the basketball here for Asbury. Puts up a shot. Gets it to go. And it's a 7-6 ball game.
Yeah, those second chance opportunities, you can't allow those to happen. Got to box out, get a body on somebody. Move them off the glass. Can't have that.
Kerrigan Ehoff spin move, starts to go toward the basket. Puts one up off the glass, but no good. On down the floor with the Eagles now, and Fletcher will be called for the travel as the pass was to her and had a little bit of, how would you describe that, Franklin? Just trouble getting the ball down to the floor.
Yeah,
trouble.
Yeah, it's anytime you catch and you're not aware that the defense is in front of you, you got to alter your path, and sometimes it's just hard to get the ball on the floor fast enough. And me, myself, I know that being 6'4", that's a long way for the ball to go from my hands down to the floor. So, first-hand experience, that is a tough play.
Kristen Miller gets all the way down to the left block before throwing it out to the free throw line, and Ehoff, who puts it up and scores for the Red Wolves. IU East now on top by 3, almost midway through the first quarter.
That's good action there offensively. Like to see them get the ball inside, outside. Hear the coaching staff talk about that quite a bit.
Gorby gets the basket to go for the Eagles. And now it's a 1-point game. Once again, 9-8. IU East with the 1-point advantage. Kristen Miller out to the corner to Adriana Moore. Moore to King out top. King with shot fake down the left side of the lane. Goes up, draws the foul. She'll go to the free throw line for 2 this time. And this foul on Asbury goes against number 21, Kaylee Whiteside. She picks up her first and team second on the Eagles.
Well, again, King trying to get to the basket, which is really, everybody talks about her ability to shoot the basketball, but I think more underrated is perhaps her ability to get to the basket.
Mm-hmm. First free throw good for Tia King. 4:53 to go. Savannah Taylor back into the ball game here for the Eagles. And also into the game will be number 32, Victoria Floyd. Two-point lead here for the Red Wolves. Tia King 2 for 2 at the free throw line to start off the ball game. And hits the third one. She's now 3 for 3 at the stripe, which is the difference in this ball game right now. All over to the middle of the floor. Pass over to the left side. Working it all around. Down to the corner. Back out top to Gorby. Gorby goes left. Now passes back over to the right side. Warren stopped by Ehoff. Puts up the shot. The rebound by Ehoff. And she tries to quickly get it to Kristen Miller, who's able to gather the basketball for the Red Wolves. King for 3 from out top. This one off the mark, and the rebound goes to Victoria Floyd. On down the floor over to the right side. It'll be with Warren. Now back out top with Gorby, who's inside of the circle. Crossover goes to the left side. Now it'll be inside the lane with Gorby. She goes up, and the foul called this time on Adriana Moore, who picks up the first team foul on the Red Wolves. So that'll send Gorby to the free throw line here for the Eagles, who's a 77% free throw shooter entering tonight's ball game. Gorby, a 5'9" senior guard from Leachfield, Kentucky for Asbury. Went to Grayson County High School. First free throw up and in for Gorby, and that makes it a 2-point ball game. Cassidy Flynn into the ball game here for Asbury. Out on the floor right now for the Red Wolves will be Miller, Dryman, Ehoff, Moore, and King. And on the floor for Asbury is Gorby, along with Taylor. And down there on the right side is Lewis, plus Flynn, and now back there is Floyd, able to pick the ball off for Asbury this time. It'll be back out, working on out top to Flynn. Back over to the left side, down to the corner once again, pass to the left elbow. Asbury doing a great job working the ball around here to start this ball game off. Mackenzie Taylor throws one up, and now it'll be passed on down the floor to Kristen Miller. Now over to the left side. And shot goes up here by Moore. Doesn't get it to go. And on down the floor now with Asbury University.
IU East doing a good job, though, I would say, right now, getting back and finding shooters. As we see a good block there from Adriana Moore up ahead of Miller.
Miller gets blocked. Moore goes up, doesn't get it to go, and the rebound this time by Asbury. Brought on down the floor, works all over to the left side. Right now at the basketball for Asbury is Gorby. Gorby over to the left side, pass down low. Into the hands of Floyd, and they work it back around inside the lane. Shot clock down to 6. And a travel call on the Eagles. Turns it over to the Red Wolves with 2:49 to play in the first quarter.
Well, now the good defensive possession there for IU East, doing a good job of scrambling, finding, when they come off those traps, especially coming back from the full court pressure.
Right.
You're just doing a very good job of, scrambling and finding the ball. And so they've done a pretty good job, I'd say, down here on the defensive end so far.
Driving down inside the lane, doesn't get it to go, and now looks like we've got a foul called on Bailey Dryman. Dryman picks up her first, team second on IU East.
Yeah, a little bit of a frustration foul there from Bailey Dryman. Just didn't get high enough off the glass. And that's really kind of the struggle whenever you get in those contact situations underneath the bucket. It's just getting the ball high enough off that glass and fighting through that contact.
Gorby with the basketball. Shot clock at 17 for Asbury. 2:23 to go in the first quarter. Gorby brings it over to the right side, gets it into the hands of Flynn. Now back to Gorby. Shot clock down to 6. Work it all around at the free throw line. Out to Gorby, down to 2. Goes one up before the buzzer goes off, and it's picked up by Kerrigan Ehoff, who throws it out to Bailey Dryman. Driving on down the floor, out to King in the right corner. Nice move, puts up the 3. This one up and in for Tia King. And now the Red Wolves up by 5.
And you talk about having personnel right in the right spots, having Tia King out on the perimeter, able to catch and shoot off that penetration from Bailey Dryman. 2 players doing exactly what they do very well, and good connection there for the hookup for the three-pointer. Nice play.
Out on top, going over to the left side, Gorby kicks out over to the corner to Fletcher. Working it back around over to the right side now to Flynn. Shot clock down to 4 here for Asbury.
Good defense.
Gorby sees an opening, puts the shot up, spins on the rim, goes out of bounds. This will go to the Red Wolves with 1:22 to go.
You can kind of see the frustration from Asbury a little bit. Kind of getting inside the lane and, have some pretty good looks, just haven't been able to get them to fall. But, yes, you got to credit IU East, though, defensively. Doing a very good job here in the early going.
Kristen Miller walks it down the left side of the floor for IU East. Now down to the corner to Bailey Dryman. Dryman brings it out, goes to the free throw line, over to the corner now to Kristen Miller. Miller, one dribble, tries to throw inside, finds Bailey Dryman. Dryman down to Niehoff. Niehoff, nice find to Adriana Moore. And Moore scores for the Red Wolves. Sends the lead to 7, 16-9 with 50 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, it's good ball movement. They've got a lot of sophomores out there, but a lot of sophomores playing like seniors out there for IU East, and these girls are only going to get better. Kind of scary to think about, really, for the rest of the conference.
Definitely. Asbury trying to go for one shot here in the shot clock. As soon as I say that, Fletcher puts up a 3, and that makes it a 4-point ball game, 16-12. Here's Tia King inside the lane, takes it to the basket. Gets it to go on the second try. And now the Red Wolves back on top by 6.
Yeah, way to stay with it. Got to defend right here. Get a stop. That'd be huge with 10 seconds to go.
That's over to the right side of the floor. Now inside the lane. Puts one up. No good for A.J. Lewis. And on down the floor with the Red Wolves. Kristen Miller puts a 3 up. And it'll be just short for the IU East Red Wolves. And after one quarter of play, the Red Wolves lead by 6, 18-12. Franklin, tell us a little bit about the first quarter.
Oh, very good opening to the ball game. As many of you guys know, IU East, very good first quarter team, coming out very strong, good showing. Picked it up on the defensive end of the floor throughout the first quarter. So, yes, very good showing there for IU East. Need to come out in the second quarter, pick up the pace, and, just really pick up right where they left off.
Right. All right, well, after one quarter of play, Red Wolves lead 18-12 in the KIC Game of the Week here on the Red Wolves Sports Network.
This is where a busy mom can work toward a bachelor's degree from a top national university during softball practice. It's where a service member can continue his college studies from anywhere in the world, and where you'll benefit from one of the country's most effectively delivered online programs.
Woohoo!
So, if you've ever wondered if a college education is really worth it, this is where you'll see that it is. This is Indiana University East Online.
And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball and the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Women's Basketball Game of the Week here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. I'm Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Christ. It's IU East Women's Basketball to begin the second quarter, and the Red Wolves also have a 6-point advantage to begin the second quarter of play in tonight's Game of the Week. And the Red Wolves will turn it over out of bounds in the first 13 seconds of the second quarter, but really a great start here for IU East, Franklin.
Yes, a very good start. And, many times we talk about this conference really being a lopsided conference, but Asbury clearly the front runner over there in the Capital Division. So, very huge game for both teams.
Fletcher for three. A lot of time left on the clock. Knocks it down, and it's a 3-point ball game now. 18-15. Kerrigan Niehoff with the basketball. Out to Miller. Now Miller inside the lane. Stops, gives it to Dryman. Dryman with the basket for the Red Wolves, and now IU East up by 5. Now over to the left side, working on down to Fletcher. Fletcher sweep and drive, gets the shot off, spins out. A rebound by Lewis. And now the Eagles will set the offense back up with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
And more of those second chance opportunities. Got to keep them off the glass. Can't allow that to happen.
On over to the left side. It'll be out top. Fletcher with the shot fake. Takes a few dribbles. Puts one up. Doesn't get it to go. The rebound by Tia King. King on down the floor to Kristen Miller. And Miller will hesitate, then drive. And score the layup from the left side. IU East now leads by 7.
I wasn't sure she's going to attack the basket. I was going to say attack there. You had a one-on-one situation. Good choice, though. Good little hesitation move from Kristen Miller.
Still there by Bailey Dryman. Pass over to the right side. Miller for the three. This one off the mark. A rebound by Bailey Dryman, who brings it back out for IU East. Dryman gets it out to Miller on top of the key. He takes it over to the left side now. Crosses over, goes back right. Down to the block. Now out to King. Yeah, King comes to a stop, but called for the travel. Looked like maybe an extra step in there that time for King. So I'll turn it over to the Eagles with 8 minutes to go. And that'll bring end of the game for Asbury. Whiteside along. One more. I can't see your number.
I'm not sure. Springmeyer, though, into the game for IU East. And Adriana Moore goes to the bench.
Whiteside back out. Now into the corner. Ball with Warren. Now on inside the lane. Gets one to fall in off the front end of the rim. Makes it 22-17 with 7:36 to go in the second quarter. Libby Springmeyer passes down to Kristen Miller. And we go out of bounds. Stays with the Red Wolves. Springmeyer, the first sub of the game for IU East. Adriana Moore will run back down to the scores table and check in after getting a quick breather. Be back out with Springmeyer. Springmeyer inside the lane to the basket and scores. And now the Red Wolves up 24-17 with 7:21 to go.
Yeah, good left hand there from Springmeyer, playing through contact as well. Nice move to the basket.
The defensive effort by Niehoff made the Asbury player lose the ball. And now here's King all the way down to the basket. Doesn't get it to go out of bounds. They'll stay with IU East. With 7:07 to go as Adriana Moore reenters the ball game.
I thought that ball was going to be off of Kerrigan Niehoff.
Yeah.
Pretty fortunate for IU East to keep the possession down here on that end of the floor.
King takes it out, finds Niehoff, who goes up and gets one to fall. 26-17, IU East extends the lead to 9.
This is part of the ball game, though, where you got to keep your foot down. You cannot let up, especially with a team like Asbury, 27th ranked team in the nation for a good reason.
Springmeyer brings it all down the floor for IU East. Out of the right wing, gives it to Bailey Dryman. Dryman back over to King on the left wing. Now here's King making her way down the block. Finds Bailey Dryman inside the lane. Dryman to the basket. Doesn't get it to go. Niehoff back up. Goes up again. Gets it to go. And now the Red Wolves take their first double-digit lead of the ball game. 28-17 with 6.5 to play. And that'll force Asbury into taking a timeout. It'll be a 30-second timeout here at the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network for the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week. And it's an 11-point lead right now for the IU East Red Wolves with 6:26 to go in the second quarter. 28-17 is the score here at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. Passed out inside the lane to Savannah Taylor. Back out. And the shot by Fletcher. She's fouled, gets the basket to go, and will go to the line for one.
Oh, Fletcher, a good athlete. Could make a case that she's probably one of the better athletes on the floor each night that she steps out there. And, very, very complete player. Able to go to the basket, shoots the ball extremely well. Seen her shoot a couple deep triples. Right. That'd be good from inside Banker's Live.
Yeah.
So, very, very balanced player. Going to have to keep her off the glass as well as defend her very closely.
Here's Fletcher at the line for one. Gets this one to go, and that'll make it 28-20. Fletcher, a big key role in the win the other night for the Eagles over Cincinnati Christian. Went 5 for 6 from deep before the halftime break. And finished with 20 points, a game high for Fletcher. That was over Cincinnati Christian. So Sarah Cook will be the second sub into the ball game here for IU East with 6:10 to go. Asbury has the basketball right now. Out on the left wing, it's going to be with Fletcher. Fletcher goes back left and comes to a stop. Able to get it into the hands of Whiteside. And now Gorby will set up the offense for Asbury. 9 left in the shot clock for the Eagles. Back over to the left side, Fletcher. Down to Whiteside. Whiteside out to Gorby. 1 on the shot clock, goes up, and an offensive foul called on Gorby. That'll be the first team foul on the Eagles here in the second quarter.
A very heads-up play there from Sarah Cook. Gets late in the shot clock. You know the shot's coming, so she just set herself in the lane as the drive came and just took the charge. Good play there by Sarah Cook.
Gorby a little slow getting up. Looks like maybe took a hard hit to the chin when she went through the IU East defenders.
Yeah, I think she actually went through 2 defenders. I think Kristen Miller might have been the other. But she's, notorious for being in there on those collision plays.
So the foul is on Gorby. She picks up her first, team's first. 5:40 to go in the second quarter. There's Bailey Dryman. Passes up to the middle of the floor to Sarah Cook. Cook to Springmeyer for the 3. This one up and in for the IU East freshman. And now the Red Wolves back on top by 11, 31-20.
Yeah, back up to 11, matches their largest lead of the game. Again, got to keep your foot down. Cannot let up here.
Taylor gets the ball into the hands of Warren. Back to Taylor. On over to the right side. 3-point shot. Up and in for Brittany Warren. And that'll make it 31-23. And I'll turn it back over to the Eagles with 5:02 to go.
Yeah, that's kind of uncharacteristic turnover there from Kristen Miller. One of the more thorough players and efficient players on this IU East squad. Just kind of careless there. In those big games here, especially with, opponents like Asbury. Premium are possessions, so you got to take care of the basketball.
Fletcher with the basketball back over to the left side. And now we've got a foul called on IU East. This will be the third team foul on the Red Wolves in the second quarter. And this foul will be called on Springmeyer. She picks up her first personal. Taking the ball out of bounds as Gorby gets it inbounds to Fletcher. Fletcher out on the left wing now inside the lane. So plenty of time here on the shot clock for the Eagles. 4:35 to go in the second quarter. And now a shot inside the lane by Gorby makes it a 6-point ball game. Haley driving on up the floor to Kristen Miller. Miller over to Springmeyer. Springmeyer backs it back out. And we'll get the ball out of the hands of Kristen Miller. Works it on over to Tia King. Tia King down to the right side of the lane. Throws one up. And the late foul call will put King at the line for 2.
Well, again, King still looking to attack the basket. It's very good, especially against this zone. A lot of times it's tough to get back out of those pressing zones and defend in the half court whenever you got a team that really likes to get the ball to the basket and get into the lane.
First free throw here for Tia King, who's had 3 attempts at the line today. And will miss all the fourth one. So Tia King now shooting 75% at the free throw line. And Kerrigan Ehoff will re-enter the ball game for IU East with 4:10 to play in the second quarter. Here's Tia King at the line to shoot the second of 2. Tia King just picked up her 1,000th career point here at IU East this past Saturday against Rio Grande. Hit the second free throw. That makes it 32-25, and a steal by Kristen Miller on down to the other end of the floor. She gets blocked by Gorby. So it'll go out of bounds and stay with the Red Wolves with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. 27 on the shot clock. Tia King takes it out to the left of the IU East basket. Gets it inbounds to Sarah Cook. Cook on her way to the basket and scores for the Red Wolves. And that will make it 34-25. Red Wolves back up by 9.
When you talk about IU East being a young squad, Sarah Cook, just a freshman, coming in and doing a lot of big things for IU East. Been huge, key asset.
And this will be considered jump ball, the possession arrow in favor of the Eagles. So Asbury will get the basketball back with 3:43 to go. To the right of the Asbury basket. Inbounds this time to Floyd. And an IU East foul call. It'll be the 4th team foul on IU East. And this one will go against Sarah Cook. She picks up her first.
Kind of unfortunate there for Cook. I thought she might have been straight up and down.
Yeah. So that will put Victoria Floyd at the free throw line now for Asbury, a 67% free throw shooter. First free throw for Floyd is good. And that'll make it 34-26 with 3:41 to go. Second free throw for Floyd. Will rattle around and find its way inside the cylinder. Brings it down to a 7-point ball game, 34-27 with 3:36 to go. Springmeyer down to Cook. Cook with one dribble goes up and scores for IU East. That'll make it 36-27.
Now kudos to Cook. Nice catch. Kind of a tough pass there coming inside from Springmeyer. Way to handle it, though. And collect herself and then score the bucket after that as well. So good play there from Sarah Cook.
There's Gorby out high with the basketball for the Eagles. On over to the left side, down to 8 in the shot clock for the Eagles. As Warren puts up a 3, bounces around, the rebound by Kerrigan Ehoff. And now Kristen Miller was tipped away from her, but picked up by Sarah Cook. Cook down to the block, out to Ehoff. Sees an open lane and goes down to the basket and scores for IU East. 38-27. Red Wolves back up to 11, which is their largest lead of the ball game, tying their largest lead of the ball game. And now it'll be on over to Warren, who puts up the 3. Quick release, rattles out. And the rebound by Sarah Cook, who passes over to the right side of King. King back to Cook. Tia King with the basketball, 2:25 to go, 17 in the shot clock for the Red Wolves. King down to the right block, puts one up. Hook shot goes for King, and Red Wolves now lead by 13. Their largest lead of the ball game. Here's Warren, pass over to the left side to Gorby. Gorby starts to make her way down to the basket, loses the basketball, and now King on the move down the floor for IU East. Out to Miller, down into the corner to Springmeyer. Springmeyer to Niehoff. And Niehoff goes up and scores for the Red Wolves. 42-27, 1:51 to go in the second quarter.
Oh, good patience there. I thought there was about 2 different times IU East could have gotten a shot in that possession, but they passed it up to get a good one inside from Niehoff. Way to muscle it up.
Here's Gorby with the basketball for the Eagles, who now trail by 15 with 1:35 to go in the second quarter. 12 on the shot clock. And the shot doesn't find its way in for Floyd, and now we've got a timeout taken by the Red Wolves. This will be a 30-second timeout. Red Wolves lead by 15, 1:26 to go in the second quarter of the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball and the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolves Sports Network. It's all led by IU East right now, a 15-point lead for the Red Wolves, 42-27. 1:20 to go in the second quarter, but Franklin, a great start to this ball game for IU East.
Oh, for sure, and IU East, one of those teams that rises to the occasion anytime they play a top squad like this.
A three-point shot went up by Caitlin Dobbins, but we've got a foul off the ball. Looks like this is going to be a block called on Bailey Dryman.
Yeah, I think they got her for an illegal screen. And is that her first personal?
Be her second.
Her second. Yeah, so that'll be a situation to watch moving forward. Dryman, very efficient player, as we talked about Miller being.
Down inside, the missed lay in that time by Savannah Taylor will go out of bounds, stays with the Eagles. 55.0 to play in the second quarter. 13 on the shot clock for the Eagles, and Sarah Cook back out onto the court for IU East.
IU East very short bench, but a lot of these girls can really play. Coach Tiffany Selhorst expects these girls to come in and contribute early and often. So very short bench, but very efficient unit.
Here's Kristen Miller. Miller down the left side of the lane, out to Cook. Now Cook finds Adriana Moore out top. Moore passes to Dobbins. Now Dobbins looked at the three, gives it to Kristen Miller instead. Shot clock down to 7 for the Red Wolves. Now here's Miller. Turns around, puts one up, gets it to go, and now the Red Wolves up 44-27 with 16 seconds to go.
A 17-point spread. I don't think any of us really saw this coming. I mean, very good turnout here first half for IU East, but very, very good half.
Fletcher with the basket on the other end for the Eagles. That'll make it 44-29. And that'll bring us to halftime. IU East has the lead. And it's a 15-point lead for the Red Wolves at the half, 44-29. A great first half of basketball for IU East. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, very good first half for IU East. They pushed that lead up to about 11, I believe, there in the first quarter. And I think we both kind of thought that, well, this might be the max that they're able to get it to, but really got some turnovers, and which led to some runouts. And just really blew this thing open. Is up to 17 at one point. So I think we're both kind of surprised that it got to what it was, considering the the circumstance. But I don't think any of us are really complaining at the same time. So yes, good first half from IU East.
And you also kind of maybe in the back of your mind expected this with that 3-point loss in the conference championship last season too.
Yeah,
right?
you did. And you've kind of heard Selhorst talk in the past about kind of the bad taste that game really left in their mouth. And, kind of the things that her and the squad both really took from that game. And, obviously very much applying it here in this game. So, yeah, very, very good first half from IU East. And, just really hope that they're able to play through halftime and through the third and fourth quarters as well. So, they got a good start to this game, though.
All right, well, at the half, the Red Wolves lead by 15, 44-29. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes or so on the Red Wolves Sports Network for the halftime stats recap and the second half of the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week. Brought to you here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Back to Dobbins, puts up a three. This one falls.
Kicks it out cross court, and good passing, and a three, good.
Back to Dobbins, puts up the three. This one falls. Three-point attempt out top by Dobbins. Dobbins with another three-point. The left-handed stroke. Kerrigan Ehoff down underneath the basket. This one falls in. This one rebounded by Dryman, who kicks out to Niehoff. Niehoff takes it to the hoop, lays this one in. Here's Niehoff under the basket, puts this one up. Shot there by Niehoff. Niehoff takes it to the basket. And it's going to be no good. Rebounded by Niehoff. Niehoff puts this one up and it falls in. Kristen Miller is going to score for the Red Wolves. They're both going for the basketball, stolen away by Miller. Miller brings it down the right side, lays it in. Stolen away by Miller. Across to Miller. Miller drives the lane, puts this one up and in. Kristen Miller with the layup. Stolen away here by Kristen Miller, who's going to come down and have an open layup. Good basket there by Kristen Miller. Red Wolf basketball. Here's Campbell. Nice fake. Up and in for Mackenzie Campbell. And stolen away by Campbell underneath the basket. She'll bring the ball up the floor. Looks down the floor. She's going to put up a three instead. This one falls. Down to Mackenzie Campbell. Mackenzie Campbell is going to stop and lay this one in.
Pass, good catch.
Mackenzie Campbell with the reverse. And here's Mackenzie Campbell taking it to the basket, lays it in. Passes over to the corner to Campbell. Campbell puts up a three. This one's good. And the ball is now inbound, and Mackenzie Campbell puts one up, and this one's in. Kicks it out to Campbell. Campbell puts up a three. Kicks back out top to Mackenzie Campbell. She's going to be fouled at the three-point range. King with the steal. She brings it down towards the basket and lays this one in. Goes to the right side. Kicks out to King. King puts up the three. It's going to go in.
And she really looks like she wants to take over right now. Very nice job.
Stolen away by King. And here is King. Lays this one in. Three-point shot by King. This one's in from way outside. This one's going to not get tied up. She's going to give it to Tia King, who charges hard down the floor. And that's going to be and one for Tia King. With the ball on the right wing. Finds D-Hoff down low, and there's Bailey Dryman. Finds Dryman in the right corner. She puts up a three. Cast on the left side. Dryman was able to get the ball.
And it's stolen away by the Red Wolves. Bailey Dryman will bring it down, lay it in. Now Dryman underneath and gets the bucket to go. Gives it to Dryman. Dryman up and in, and one for Dryman.
And here's Packer. She's going to lay one in right-handed. Now the Packer. Packer goes up, lays this one in. Here's Packer with the layup. She passes inside to Packer. Packer lays this one up.
Packer for two.
Cross to Packer. Comes up to Lane, puts this one up off the backboard. Packer will score.
Cross court to Packer. She'll shoot a three. Good. Feeds it underneath, and the bucket is good.
A three-point shot by Brooke Packer. Here's Boyd. Neha finds Boyd down low. Here's a shot by Boyd. And there's a good basket for Keisha Boyd. A shot by Boyd. King passes off to Boyd. Boyd puts up the three. This one's good.
My husband Larry came to Reed because he was in respiratory distress, and he came in through the emergency room and almost dying. The ethic of camaraderie and teamwork and customer service was extraordinary. After a few weeks of care with the fantastic staff in the medical, the CCU, the rehab departments, everywhere, he came home to me in one piece and ready to start the next stage of his life. We absolutely believe that Reed Hospital and the people here saved his life.
I'm Dr. Ganesh Ramachandran, the region's only hand specialist at Reed Orthopedic Center. Patients love how easy it is having everything under one roof and how easy it is to get here. right here at Reed Orthopedic Center, right here in Richmond.
What the NAIA has figured out through all their character and leadership programs is let's develop these players as men and women of character, and by doing so, these players will ultimately reach their ceiling.
We felt the best way to change human behavior was not necessarily to always be on people's backs, but rather it was to catch them doing something right and to reinforce it.
And welcome to the IU East Women's Basketball Halftime Show here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. It's the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. I'm Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Crystal, the call for tonight's game. Let's go ahead and break into some of the stats here from the first half. We'll start with the Asbury Eagles. They were 11 of 33 from field goal range for 33%. They were also 3 for 8 from three-point field goal range, shooting almost 38%, and 4 for 5 at the stripe, shooting 80%. They had a total of 14 rebounds, 5 on offense, 9 on defense, as well as a total of 2 assists, 8 turnovers, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. For the IU East Red Wolves, they were 19 of 36 from field goal range there in the first half, shooting almost 53%. They're also 33% from three-point range, shooting 2 for 6, and 80% at the free throw line as well, shooting 4 for 5, just like Asbury. For the Red Wolves, they had a total of 24 rebounds, so they won the rebounding battle the first half by 10. They had a total of 7 on offense, 17 on defense, as well as a total of 7 assists, 6 turnovers, 2 blocks, and 5 steals. In the enhanced scoring categories, IU East had 10 points off turnovers, 26 points in the paint, 8 second chance points, and 9 points in bench scoring. And Asbury, 2 points off the fast break, 4 points off turnovers, 8 points in the paint, 2 second chance points, and 2 points in bench scoring. But Franklin, a great start here to this ballgame for IU East.
Yeah, a couple numbers that really jump off the paper at me is that the scoring inside the lane, 26 points in the paint, as you mentioned, for IU East. In the painted area, huge number. Right. Talked about them really having contrasting styles, but their IU East's ability to push the tempo, get down the floor, and create turnovers has attributed to some of that. So kudos to them as well. Hopefully they can keep that going here come second half.
I like how the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Commissioner just put on Twitter a few moments ago. Home team looks strong tonight, but the big question is, can the Eagles respond in the second half? What do you think, Franklin?
Well, it's going to – basketball's a game of runs, and really you got to weather the storm. I mean, the push is coming from Asbury. I mean, that's inevitable. But those basketball is just all about weathering those runs and just getting through them, really. And hopefully IU East can continue to do that.
All right. Well, second half of KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week coming up here in just a few seconds on the Red Wolf Sports Network. The Eagles already out on the floor, ready to go for the second half. Obviously, a big game as far as conference standings are concerned. You've got the number 1 team of both divisions, and Asbury's only lost 1 game in the conference so far, so big game here tonight.
Yeah, sure, and you mentioned them being in opposite conferences, or divisions, sorry, and that doesn't really make much difference, really, in my eyes, because, you're still playing a conference game, and it still means a lot. But, yes, very, very big game in the grand scheme of things. Come the end of the season. I think we got probably about 4 or 5 games left regular season for both teams. So, yes, come down the home stretch here of the conference regular season. Going to be big.
IU East basketball to begin the third quarter here in the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week. Kerrigan Niehoff gets it to Adriana Moore. Moore down to the basket, puts one up, doesn't get it to go. Niehoff back up and scores for the Red Wolves. And the Red Wolves start where they left off.
And Niehoff gets her 11th rebound. Already had a double-double in the first half. Probably one of the most impressive things about Niehoff is her ability to position herself inside to get those rebounds. I just saw that grade A example right there for Niehoff. So good work inside for Niehoff.
Here's the shot off the mark this time by Asbury's Warren. And now on down the floor with Tia King. King gives it to Dryman. Dryman to Niehoff. And Niehoff will go up. It's blocked, and now it's going to be down the floor with Warren. On down the floor. Now out to the right wing. Out on out, and now it's going to be on the left side with Fletcher. Here's the shot. Off the mark for Fletcher, and the Red Wolves get the basketball. Here's King. This is the shot, and we down to the other end of the floor now with Asbury.
He had to sidestep the defender. Defender was set. It's a good play there from King, avoiding the offensive foul.
Gorby out top for the Eagles. Starts to go to the left side and will put up the three. This one short off the front end of the iron, but Fletcher with the rebound. She goes up, doesn't get it to go, gets her own rebound, goes back up, draws the foul, and will go to the free throw line for two.
We talked in the first half about second and third chance opportunities, and Asbury a chance to score yet again off a second and third chance opportunity. Got to keep them off the glass.
So here's Fletcher at the line. Fletcher, top player for the Eagles, and she's a 73% free throw shooter. It's now 46-30.
They got Fletcher listed at 5'10". This is the free throws up and good, but every bit of 6 foot from what I'm seeing up here. Very long, athletic player.
Now on over the left side. Here's the shot from Miller. Doesn't get it to go. And the rebound by Whiteside. Gets it out down the floor this time to Warren. 8:05 to go in the third quarter.
Well, Warren looked like she got away with a carry right in front of the official.
Kaylee Whiteside with the basket for the Eagles. And now Asbury starting to make a little bit of a run of their own here in the second half.
Yeah, unfortunate back there on that missed carry call. Coach Selhorst still bantering with the official on that one. Kick ball out of bounds.
7:43 to go. It's going to be out of bounds. It'll stay with the Red Wolves, who lead 46-33. Miller finds King. Goes up, doesn't get it to go, and the rebound by Taylor. On down the floor. Warren inside the lane. And the travel will be called this time. Turns it over to the Red Wolves with 7:31 to play.
Got to continue to keep getting those stops. Turnovers going to be huge. Talked about in that Rio game that the turnovers were going to be a premium as well. Forcing turnovers and forcing the Red Storm into doing what they didn't want to do. Going to have to do essentially the same thing here in this one against Asbury.
And a three-point shot from Tia King puts the Red Wolves up by 16. 7:13 to go in the ball game.
You talk about IU East weathering the storm. Good respond there from Tia King. Pushed the lead back up to 16, as you mentioned.
On over to the right side. Now Gorby over to the left side. The shot by Warren off the mark. And the rebound by Whiteside, who goes up and scores for the Eagles. Makes it 49-35 with 6:53 to go.
It's just way too easy. Whiteside at 6'1". She's going to get that rebound every time uncontested.
Kristen Miller finds Niehoff underneath the basket. Out to Moore. Now Moore gives it to Niehoff. Niehoff, a few dribbles to get inside the lane. Goes up strong, gets blocked by Whiteside. Niehoff goes back up, doesn't get it to go. And now the Eagles will push the ball on down the floor. Fletcher with the shot fake, and now we've got an offensive foul called on Asbury.
Looked like Whiteside pushed her on the backside. And Niehoff hits the deck hard. She doesn't show her displeasure for things very often, but I think the facial expression showed it there.
6.5 to go. The foul is on Whiteside. Whiteside picks up her second, and team's first on the Eagles here in the third quarter. Kristen Miller down to the baseline, throws over to Bailey Dryman, but picked off by Gorby. Passes on down the floor. Now Warren crosses over, goes up, doesn't get it to go. And getting to the ball first is Savannah Taylor. Taylor back out to Warren. Now Warren finds Whiteside underneath. Nothing there, and now Tia King brings it on down the floor for IU East. Down to the basket, draws the foul, and now Tia King will go to the stripe for two.
Looks like a player lost a shoe down on the other end. Asbury player, looks like Gorby. I saw that shoe being pinballed around underneath the bucket, hoping no one was going to step on that. There was a turned ankle waiting to happen there.
So Tia King, who has a total of 18 in tonight's game so far, will go to the free throw line for 2. And the first free throw here from King. Up and in.
Talk about free throws being huge. Talk about that quite often. No bigger than in this game here.
Second free throw for King. He's got 19 and counting. Second free throw is good. And now the Red Bulls lead 51-35 with 5:54 to go in the third quarter. Back over to the left side to Fletcher. Fletcher starts to go left, takes King to the baseline, gets the shot off, doesn't get it to go, and Bailey Dryman with the rebound, crosses over behind the back, and all the move down the floor. Finds Tia King, over to Moore, Moore out to Cook. Now Cook, a few dribbles from about 12 feet. To be short, tipped back out to Adriana Moore. Now here is King for the three. Doesn't get it to fall. And the rebound by Gorby. Now we've got a foul called. And we'll see if this one goes against. Looks like this one's going to go against Kristen Miller. Kind of an unavoidable one there.
Yeah, kind of a bang-bang play there. Probably should have went unnoticed by the official. Should have let that one slide, I think. But Miller, notorious for taking those offensive fouls, as we mentioned, and just trying to do so there again.
5:12 to play in the third quarter to be over on the left side with Fletcher. Now Fletcher out top, works it over to the right side to Gorby. Feeds it down inside. Lewis doesn't get one to fall. White side with the rebound, goes back up and gets the tough shot off. And it goes for the Eagles, 51-37.
Second chance opportunities. You don't get a body on Whiteside. As we mentioned, at 6'1". I mean, she's going to get all those rebounds.
Here's Moore inside the lane. Gets one up and in for the Red Wolves. And now it's 53-37.
Good move by Moore. She's really been a player that's come on strong for IU East in the second part of the season. She's been a nice, pleasant surprise for Coach Tiffany Selhorst this season.
Fletcher with the basketball, back to Gorby. Gorby down inside to Whiteside. Out to the corner. Here's Warren for the three. Doesn't get it to fall. This will go out of bounds. Off the Eagles, it'll be Red Wolves basketball.
IU East fortunate again, didn't box out Whiteside, and she got a hand on that one. Fortunate it went out of bounds. But got to box out, got to continue to get a body on players.
4:20 to go in the third quarter. Miller finds King. King goes up. The out of bounds stays with the Red Wolves.
A lot of contact from the backside there from King. Looked like Lewis hit her from the backside, but no call.
Miller taking it out. Finds Bailey Dryman. A good idea on the inbound pass, which drew the foul against Asbury.
That's a design little back cut play there. I don't know if you guys noticed that at home, but Dryman didn't get the ball wide open initially on the first pass, but just stayed patient on the cut there. And they got a good look inside.
Here's the shot. Doesn't get it to go. And now Lewis passes on down the floor to Fletcher. The out to Taylor. Here's Fletcher for the three from the right corner. Does it go? It'll be out of bounds off of Bailey Dryman, who touched the glass right before it went out of bounds. And it'll be Asbury basketball with 3:51 to go. The out on the left side to go out of bounds to the Red Wolves with 3:45 to play.
We talked in the Rio game, too, about ball pressure and what ball pressure really does to a team. Good ball pressure there from Bailey Dryman. And you just saw a silly pass just straight out of bounds. Ball back over to the Red Wolves.
Miller passes over to Tia King on the left wing. Puts up the shot for IU East. Gets it to fall. And now the Red Wolves up 55-37.
I'll tell you what, Caleb, really kind of a surprising game as we see a timeout here from Asbury. IU East up by 18, I believe their largest lead of the ball game. Just really blowing this thing open and really threatening to make it ugly.
All right, well, the Red Wolves have the 18-point lead, 55-37, with 3:25 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a quick break and come back with more of the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Hello, I'm Caleb Gillock, the host of Inside IUE Sports, a show where we talk with coaches, players, and other guests about what's happening with IUE's athletics.
In the top 100 high school seniors.
Last year we were fortunate enough to do a variety of things on the track and then off to be able to be considered.
Make sure to join us on Friday nights at 8:30 p.m. on WETV Channel 20. And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball and the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. 3:25 to go in the third quarter, and the IU East Red Wolves have the 55-37 lead. It'll be Asbury basketball coming out of the timeout, and appears to be some type of confusion down on the sideline.
I'm not sure what he's arguing about down there. Perhaps where the ball's out of bounds, maybe. I'm not sure.
Beyond out top over to the right side. Now Fletcher down to the block and scores for the Eagles. Back down to a 16-point game. 55-39 as Dryman puts one up. And it's 57-39 with under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Another good-looking shot there from Bailey Dryman. Good to see her looking for her shot. Second jump shot of note that she's knocked down in this ball game.
And steal here by Kristen Miller on the move down the floor. Nice hesitation. Gives it to Bailey Dryman. Finds Moore. And Moore gets blocked. It'll go out of bounds. It'll stay IU East basketball with 2:40 to go. 24 left on the shot clock for IU East. Inbounds now to Moore. Gets it to Niehoff. Niehoff to King. King sets up the offense here for the Red Wolves. Now Kristen Miller out top with the basketball. 10 on the shot clock. The three-point shot by Kristen Miller.
A deep triple there from Kristen Miller. Very gutsy play. You can see it in her reaction. Back up to a 21-point game now. 21 points actually the biggest lead of the ball game. Turnover here to IU East.
And now with 2:08 to go, the Red Wolves have a 21-point lead over Asbury, who just moved up to the 27th spot in this week's top 25 poll. Here's Miller for another triple. This one bounces around, doesn't get it to go. Great fight by Kerrigan Niehoff to try to get the rebound, but goes out of bounds off of the Red Wolves. It'll go to Asbury with 1:54 to play in the third.
IU East just really dismantling Asbury right now. I mean, just really have not allowed them to do, especially here in the second half, anything that they want to do on IU East's defensive end of the floor. And kudos to that full court pressure.
That shot on the other end by Asbury. It's going to be all tied up. Arrow in favor of the Eagles. Libby Springmeyer will re-enter the basketball game here for the Red Wolves. 1:42 to go. Gorby taking it out to the left of the Asbury basket. Gets it inbounds to Savannah Taylor. Now back over to the left corner. And the hands of Ward now out high. Warren goes over to the left side, sees an opening, and now he's got an offensive foul called. Another charge taken by Kristen Miller.
I was going to say, she's about due. I don't think she's had one this game. Good take there from Kristen. Way to get her feet set. That's the biggest part right there, is just getting your feet set and standing in there taking the charge. A lot of contact, but you got to take it.
1:25 to go in the third quarter. Pass over to the right side, and now it'll be out of bounds. Stays IU East basketball. Only 8 seconds off the shot clock that time. So they'll have 22 to go. Inbounds to Tia King. Now Bailey Dryman. Tried to find King down low, but it was picked off by Whiteside. Now Lewis will take it down the floor here for the Eagles. And feed it down inside to Taylor. But they turn it over to the Red Wolves. Dryman to Springmeyer. King for the three from the right corner. Doesn't go, at the rebound by the Eagles. Under a minute to play in the third quarter here at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. Lewis puts up a three from the left corner, gets it to go, and now it is 60-42.
That was a much-needed bucket there for Asbury. Easy as IU East easily breaks the press. But I needed that bucket really in the worst way. It gets it right down to an 18-point game.
Tia King with the basketball for the IU East Red Wolves. Down to the block, it's blocked by Whiteside.
King looking for a foul. Tough to tell from this angle. And the official down here on the baseline, kind of on the same line that we would have been on in terms of seeing that call.
Right.
But regardless, ball out of bounds with 27 seconds left, third quarter. IU East is going to retain.
27 seconds to go in the third quarter. Bailey Dryman gets it in bounds to Kristen Miller. 8 on the shot clock. Miller goes down to the left block. 3 on the shot clock. Miller gets one to go for IU East, and now it's 62-42. Red Wolves back up by 20. Over to the left side, 6 seconds to go. Here's Warren, loses it, and will be picked up this time by Floyd, and she doesn't get the shot to go. The Red Wolves throw one up at the buzzer, and after 3 quarters of play, IU East leads 62-42. Franklin, tell us a bit about the start to the second half.
Well, I mean, we talked about IU East just coming out and really breaking the will of Asbury. You know, this had the big game feel at the beginning of the game, and now you just kind of sense, you know, that this is kind of, you know, not right. In this sense, really. But, yeah, IU East just done a very good job, very efficient on both ends of the floor. So kudos to them. Got to keep, you know, obviously got to keep the pressure up. Still got 10 more minutes left here, fourth quarter, to finish this thing out.
Right.
But very good job on the defensive end, holding Asbury to just 42 points through 3 quarters.
All right, well, the Red Wolves lead by 20 after 3 quarters at the Tiernan Center. We'll be right back with the rest of the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball and the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Christ. And beginning the fourth quarter, IU East has a 20-point lead over Asbury University. It'll be Eagle basketball to begin the fourth quarter. Now inside the lane, out to the corner, 3-point shot. Off the mark this time by Gorby, but Warren with the rebound. She goes up and is fouled. And that'll give it 2 free throw attempts this time to Warren. So here's Warren at the free throw line. First free throw doesn't go. Warren has not been to the free throw line yet in tonight's ball game. And don't forget, we've got the men's basketball game coming up next. That'll also feature the Eagles and the Red Wolves. Second free throw good this time for Warren. Now 62-43 with 9:37 to go. Here's Tia King. King tried to throw it out off of Whiteside, who was able to pick the ball up and get it to an Asbury guard. Whiteside down low. One bounces around, falls off the rim. And this will go out of bounds to the Red Wolves with 9:23 to go.
They're fortunate not to give up a bucket inside. Whiteside got very good position down inside on the catch against Niehoff. And ball, like you said, just rolled around off the rim. But unlucky that one didn't go down.
Right. All over the left side of Dryman. Dryman tried to pass on down the floor to Tia King. It went off the hands of an Asbury defender, but picked up by the IU East Red Wolves. Here's Springmeyer. Now King with the basketball. And looks like Bailey Dryman hurting a little bit here.
Looks like she's holding her neck. She's bleeding out of her neck. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Under her chin, perhaps.
Bailey Dryman will leave the ball game. And Adriana Moore back out on the floor here for IU East.
And Bailey being attended to just underneath us. Head trainer Jesse Tittle attending to her. She's just holding the towel to that cut area. Looks like he's just going to put it's underneath her chin, actually, it looks like. I thought it was down on her neck.
The shot by Sprigmeyer. We go to the other end of the floor with Gorby. Now it'll be back into the hands of Gorby. 8:43 to go. IU East with the 62-43 lead. 11 on the shot clock here for the Eagles as Lewis makes her way to the basket and scores. And now it's 62-45. Even though IU East up by 17 at this point, still not exactly a comfortable lead, though.
No, you gotta play the ball game. You gotta finish up.
King gets blocked by Whiteside once again. Like she's got at least 3 blocks in tonight's ball game. Here's Niehoff with the reverse layup that time for IU East. And now it is 64-45 with 8:03 to play.
Good little reverse layup there from Niehoff. She had, as we mentioned, she had a double-double first half, so big game for Niehoff. Not shy of posting those double-doubles as she does so quite often.
Fletcher with the basket on the other end for the Eagles. That'll make it 64-47 with 7:47 to go in the ball game. Here's Kristen Miller with the basketball. Brings it back out towards center court for the Red Wolves. Now Miller down the left side of the lane, out to Moore. Moore across the free throw line, comes to a stop, gives it to Miller in the right corner. 10 on the shot clock for the Red Wolves. Down to 4, puts up the shot, doesn't get it to go, and the rebound by Lewis. Pass on down the floor to Whiteside, out to Fletcher. Fletcher goes right around Sprigmeyer, and now they've got a foul called on the Red Wolves. And this one will go against Kristen Miller, who picks up her third. So that'll put Fletcher at the free throw line for the Eagles. Fletcher is 3 for 3 at the charity stripe in today's ball game. First free throw is good for Fletcher, and she now has 20 points. Second leading scorer in the ball game. The leading scorer for the Eagles. Second free throw is good as well. She's now got 21. Right behind Tia King, who leads the Red Wolves with 22, but she puts up a 3 that goes long. Moore trying to save it. And it'll go right back to the Eagles with 7:06 to play.
Dryman still being attended to down here underneath us.
Here's the shot, and it's good for Fletcher. 6:52 to go in the ball game, and we're down to a 64-52 game now.
A 12-point game, as you mentioned. Can't let up now. I mean, you've got a lot that it took you a lot to get that big lead. You can't just let up now.
And now a foul call. That'll put Kerrigan Niehoff at the free throw line for the Red Wolves. What do you think that maybe part of that is Dryman being out of the ball game right now?
Well, perhaps so. I mean, she brings a lot to this ball club. I mean, on both ends of the floor, her ability to orchestrate on offense as well as defend on defense, and just brings a lot of energy. As Niehoff knocks down the first free throw.
The Niehoff free throw makes it a 13-point game. Caitlin Dobbins back into the ball game now for IU East. And Victoria Floyd back out for the Eagles. Not seeing a whole lot of Dobbins in today's ball game. Perhaps a little bit less time than what we're used to seeing her out on the floor. And Dobbins also well known for being able to put up the 3 and score it.
Yes.
On down the floor over to the left side. Now here's Fletcher. Her shot goes long. And she's able to get to the basketball. We've got a foul called. Looks like this one will end up going against Caitlin Dobbins, who picks up her first. And that'll be IU East team third. 6:23 to go. It'll be Asbury basketball to the left of their basket. And now Floyd gets a basket to go for Asbury.
Caleb, you're just starting to see some uncharacteristic things for IU East. I mean, just the fouls on jump shots as well as some letdowns defensively. We'll see Sarah Cook come back into the ball game now for IU East. Dobbins is gonna take a seat now after her short time on the floor.
6:21 to go in the fourth quarter with Floyd at the line to shoot one. Chance to make it an 11-point ball game. This is the free throw, but Lewis out-rebounds Niehoff. Now back to Floyd. Floyd gets it to Gorby. And now the Eagles will set up the offense. Back over to the left wing. Here's Fletcher. Finds Floyd, and Floyd misses the shot. And another offensive rebound here for the Eagles. Shot goes long, picked up by Sarah Cook this time. And now IU East will take it to the other end of the floor.
Fortunate down there on that end of the floor. Avoided another second chance opportunity for the Eagles. Again, got to box out, got to keep them off the glass.
Nice find to Niehoff down low, and now a foul called on the Eagles. So this is going to go against Kylie Gorby. She picks up her third and team second on the Eagles. So Fletcher will come out for just a moment, probably a chance to get some water and catch her breath as Warren re-enters the floor for Asbury. Ball inbounds to Sarah Cook, who goes up strong and scores the basketball for IU East. And now it's 68-54 with 5:31 to go.
And you mentioned Fletcher going to the bench. Do not plan to see her there for very long. Expect her to come back pretty quickly, I would think.
On over to the left side, it's going to be with Lewis. Unable to score, but is able to get a handle on the ball and swatted out to Warren, who scores for the Eagles, and that makes it 68-56. So we've got a full timeout down on the floor with 5:14 to go in the ball game. We'll take a quick break and come back with the rest of the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolf Sports Network.
This is where a busy mom can work toward a bachelor's degree from a top national university during softball practice. It's where a service member can continue his college studies from anywhere in the world, and where you'll benefit from one of the country's most effectively delivered online programs.
Woohoo!
So, if you've ever wondered if a college education is really worth it, this is where you'll see that it is. This is Indiana University East Online.
And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball and the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Caleb Gillock along with Franklin Christ. 5:14 to play in the fourth quarter here at the Richmond High School Kiernan Center. And IU East has the 68-56 lead. It looks like we are ready to go. Tia King taking it out of bounds here for the Red Wolves. It's inbounds to Kristen Miller. Now seeing a little bit of a press here from Asbury. Miller comes to a stop, finds Kerrigan Niehoff, who loses the basketball to be picked up by Warren, who finds Gorby. Gorby to the basket and scores. And now we've got a 10-point ball game with 4:55 to go.
Yeah, down to 10's got to be the smallest lead since the lead reached its biggest mark of 22.
Springmeyer took the set shot from three-point range, knocks it down 71-58.
Oh, big response there from Springmeyer. Good shot straight away.
Here's Gorby. The ball out top, passes over to the right side. Warren puts up a three and answers on the other end. Tia King will take it out. She got the baseline, finds Springmeyer. Springmeyer to King. Now back over to Springmeyer, passes on up to the center of the floor to Sarah Cook. And go on into the back court. The Red Wolves take a timeout with 21 on the shot clock, so they only had one to get it across. The Red Wolves avoid trouble here. 4:16 to go, 30-second timeout, Red Wolves on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to the Richmond High School Tiernan Center for more IU East women's basketball and the KIC women's basketball game of the week. And what was all IU East has started to become an all Asbury basketball game as they've cut this down to a 10-point game.
Yeah, very good job from Asbury. Have upped the defensive pressure and really forced IU East into some bad situations. They got to learn to take care of the basketball and get some good possessions here.
Here's King to the basket and scores for IU East. And that'll make it 73-61 with 4 minutes to play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and they've missed that here in the fourth quarter. Tia King going to the basket. I mean, that's something that she was doing at will in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
And just really have not seen it here in the fourth quarter.
On over to the right side, Warren to the lane. Now out to Fletcher, who's back out on the floor for Asbury. Knocks down a tough shot for the Eagles, and now it's 73-63 with 3:38 to play.
A tough shot indeed. Good defense from Dryman. I mean, couldn't really do much more than that. But, just an off-bounce fadeaway. Nice shot.
Now out to Kristen Miller. Miller to Bailey Dryman, who's now on the number 55 uniform. 3:23 to go in the fourth quarter, led by the Red Wolves with the 10-point advantage.
They got a bandage underneath that chin.
Nice shot by the Red Wolves. Kerrigan Niehoff couldn't find the basketball. And now we go to the other end of the floor with Gorby. Gorby to Whiteside, now over to the right side to Fletcher. Fletcher doesn't get this one to go. The rebound by Niehoff, and Niehoff gets it to Tia King.
Get some good possessions here. Only up 10. King calling for a ball screen.
Right. King over to the left wing, now inside the lane. Throws it out into the corner to Kristen Miller. Miller inside the lane, tries to go up and draw the foul. Nothing there. It'll be out of bounds. Stays IU East basketball with 11 on the shot clock.
Yeah, probably should have seen a ball reversal there. Coach Selhorst looking at the same thing. Wanted a ball reversal to the other side. 11 seconds, though, left on the shot clock, as you mentioned.
Here's Dryman inside the lane. Gets this one to go off the back of the rim and in for Bailey Dryman. 75-63 with 2:41.
They need some stops here big time if you're IU East. Some very pivotal possessions here coming up for Asbury. Got to get some stops.
Here's Fletcher. Over to the right side to Warren for the three. This one way off. And it'll go out of bounds. Stays Asbury basketball with 14 on the shot clock. 2:28 to play in the fourth quarter.
Well, that triple didn't draw anything. I thought Lewis was the one that actually knocked it out of bounds. But they're going to say it was off a gray uniform.
Gorby takes it out to the right of the Eagle basket. Right side goes up. And she'll go to the line for two. This one looks like it's going to go against Kerrigan Niehoff. And Niehoff picks up her second personal. 2:27 to go. With Whiteside at the free throw line. And that'll bring Savannah Taylor back out onto the floor for the Eagles.
Whiteside no good on the first one, but if you're IU East, this is exactly what you don't want to have happen, is Asbury getting points while the clock is stopped. Time's your friend. Got to burn some clock here.
Whiteside converts on the second one, makes it 75-64. King gives it to Niehoff. Brings it on out. Niehoff to the baseline. And say she's out of bounds. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I thought we saw a lot of stained wood between that foot and the red end line. But wow, yeah, I was kind of confused on that one.
All right, it'll be Asbury basketball with 2:15 to go. Gorby picks it up just before center court. Down the left side of the lane. We'll give it to Fletcher. Now Fletcher inside the lane and scores. Makes it 75-66. And this is the first time the Eagles have had it down under double digits for quite some time.
Yes, good move inside from Fletcher. I mean, she's going to be one of the more athletic players that IU East is going to see all year long. Good move inside.
Here's Miller. Goes down to Bailey Dryman. Dryman at the baseline. Goes up. Doesn't get it to go. Niehoff with the basketball now for IU East. She goes up. Doesn't get it to go. Gets her own offensive rebound. And now a foul called on the Eagles. Looks like this one will have to go against Brittany Warren.
Yeah, foul finally called. I thought Niehoff absorbed a lot of contact on that first shot attempt.
1:40 to play in the fourth quarter.
You got a stoppage in play here. Not sure what they're looking at.
Looks like we're good to go.
I'm not sure what they were looking at there.
Miller inbounds to King out high on the left side of the floor.
Asbury electing to not foul here, going to play out the shot clock.
Down to 13 in the shot clock for the Red Wolves. The Springmeyer puts one up. Doesn't go, and we go to the other end of the floor with the Eagles. Here's Fletcher. The mid-range shot. This one draws rim, but won't fall.
Good rebound.
And King with the rebound. Minute 10 to go in the ball game. Here's Kristen Miller bringing it across center court for the IU East Red Wolves, but quickly picked up by Savannah Taylor. And a full timeout taken by the Red Wolves with 1:04 to go. They'll have 21 on the shot clock when we come back from the break. Red Wolves lead 75-66 with 1:04 to go in the ball game here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East Women's Basketball on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Asbury has cut it down to a 9-point ball game here in the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week. It's IU East Basketball coming out of their own full timeout. And now they're supposed to go down to Bailey Dryman. Was picked off by Whiteside on the other end of the floor. And the shot missed this time by Warren. And the Red Wolves will get the basketball back. Bailey Dryman on up the floor to Miller. And now Miller. Double teamed foul called here on the Eagles with 39.9 to go in the game.
They're lucky, too, because it looked like Brittany Warren was going to have a layup the other way. I think there's a little bit of a anticipation call there from the officials, so really dodge a bit of a bullet there, if you will, if you're IU East.
Warren picked up her third, and now a foul on Taylor, which should be her second.
It's her fifth team foul now, so that'll bring on the bonus situation now for the Red Wolves.
Taylor picks up her third, 38.8 to go. And now Tia King at the free throw line as the Red Wolves are now on the bonus. At the free throw line today, King is 6 for 7. And also has a total of 24. First free throw up and in for Tia King. And now it's a 76-66 lead for the Red Wolves. Back out on the floor is A.J. Lewis for Asbury. Second free throw here for Tia King. We'll go up and in for the Red Wolves, and now IU East up by 11. Lewis over to the corner. Three-point shot by Warren will be off the front end of the rim, picked up by Bailey Dryman. And the Eagles foul immediately. And now you start to feel this one slipping away from Asbury a little bit.
Yes, yeah, you got to feel pretty good about your situation right now if you're IU East. Chance to throw a few more free throws in there, salt on the wound. This is going to be a big win for these girls. They needed this one real bad. And a very, very impressive showing. We talked about coming out and bringing the intensity, the game after a very big game, and, you know, when you very well could have a letdown. But, yeah, very, very good showing here from these Red Wolves.
First free throw was good for Bailey Dryman. Dryman converts on both, 79-66. Gorby loses it off of her foot. That'll turn it back over to the Red Wolves with 19.7 to play. And now clock winding down here in the fourth quarter at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. As the IU East fans and the bench starts to make a little bit of noise. Clock under 10 now. And that'll do it here at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. The IU East Red Wolves pick up the 13-point win in the KIC Women's Basketball Game of the Week, 79-66 over Asbury University. Franklin, a great game here today for IU East. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, huge game, huge back-to-back games really for IU East. Good impressive showing here from these guys. Nice to see them come out and follow up a big win with another big win. But able to weather the storm. Talked at halftime about them just weathering the storm and avoiding the big runs and the knockout punches coming from Asbury. And they were able to just hang in there. The lead got down to 9 after getting up to 22 at one point. But they just did the little things that were necessary that you hear them talk about all the time. The coaching staff of IU East in order to come away with this one.
All right. Well, the Red Wolves take the win. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with the postgame show here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome to the IU East Women's Basketball Postgame Show here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. And joining me to talk about today's game, Kerrigan Ehoff. Kerrigan, a great big win here today for the Red Wolves basketball team. Tell us a bit about it.
We didn't have much time to sorry, I can't talk.
You're good.
To prepare for them. We've had a lot of games back to back, so we just focus on the little things we've been doing. Focus on closing out, forcing left, that kind of stuff. So just focus on some little things. Rebounding is a big key tonight. So. And
you yourself, you had a big game here today. You managed to pull off another double-double here today with 16 points as well as 15 rebounds. Tell us a bit about that.
It really just comes from my team. They attack, and the big helps over, and I'm open. So I really have to thank them a lot. So.
What's the significance of this win here today?
I think they were first in the other division of the conference, so I don't know where that puts us now. But, we just want that home court advantage when it comes conference. So.
All right, well, a little bit of a break before taking on IU Southeast next week. You've seen the Grenadiers before. What do you expect to see out of them this year?
I think they have a pretty different team. I know they have a few new players, so we just had to prepare for them, do the little things. That's the main thing we're focusing on.
All right, thanks for joining me. Congratulations on a great win here today.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it from Kerrigan Ehoff. Let's go ahead and go through the final stats of today's game. We'll start with the Eagles. They shot 35.2% from the field, as well as 31.6% from three-point range and 71.4% at the free throw line, shooting 10 of 14 at the stripe in today's ball game. They also had a total of 40 rebounds with 17 on offense, 23 on defense, as well as 7 assists, 16 turnovers, 11 blocks, and 8 steals for the Eagles. The IU East Red Wolves shot 43.1% from field goal range, 31.3% beyond the arc, and 92.3% at the free throw line, shooting 12 of 13. IU East Red Wolves won the rebounding battle by 6. They had a total of 46 with 17 on offense, 29 on defense, as well as 11 assists, 12 turnovers, 4 blocks, and 8 steals. In the enhanced scoring categories, IU East 18 points off turnovers, 42 points in the paint, 19 second chance points, and 14 points in bench scoring. And the Eagles 4 points off the fast break, 8 points off turnovers, 24 points in the paint, 14 second chance points, and 9 points in bench scoring. While the Red Wolves take the win here over the Eagles. Final score of this one, 79-66. IU East improves their record to 15-9 all of the season, 10-2 in the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, and Asbury now 15-9, 11-2 in KIAC play. All special thanks to all of our crew, Kyle Garner, our broadcast engineer, Franklin Christ, our commentator. I'm Caleb Gillock, the voice of your IU East Red Wolves. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes with the IU East men's basketball pregame show as they get set to take on the Asbury Eagles as well. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes on the Red Wolves Sports Network.
Hello everybody, I'm Morgan Guard, and this is your Pack Preview. We are on to the capital stretch of games as IU East takes on Asbury today. I'm joined with Coach Rigby right now to talk about today's game. So hello Coach, how are you?
I'm doing great, how are you?
Great, thank you for coming. So before we talk about Asbury, let's backtrack and talk about the Rio game.
Fun game. I think everybody that was there had a good time. It was a very competitive game. Like I talked about earlier, it's always competitive with them. Two very good teams that want to win really bad, and we've always had good games with them, and it's always fun. Everybody throws it out there on the line, and you get a winner. So those are always the most fun games anyway.
It was a very fun game and a big crowd as well. So Rio, you had a game right before that and a game right before that, so back-to-back games. Does this take a toll on your players?
Yeah, it does, especially toward the end of the season where they've played so many games already. Their bodies are kind of wore out. We've done less and less every day in practice just to keep them fresh. More talking about details and standing around and listening than physical stuff. So we try to balance it out and work with it the best we can.
Okay, is there an emotional toll as well?
Yeah, there is. You don't think about it as much as the physical just because you see them out there being physical and playing the game, but it definitely does take a toll, especially as games get bigger and bigger as the season wears down. Every win matters, and the emotional side does take a toll on your body too.
Okay, well, a big game today is Asbury, and even though they're not off to the hottest start, what is your game plan for today?
They're very good offensively. We really have to slow them down. They look to push the pace. They got a lot of guys that can beat you off the dribble and kick the shooters. And they also have a couple of big guys. One that's pretty young that's pretty good. So they can beat you in a lot of different ways offensively. So something we have to really focus on and keep them in front of us so they don't break us down.
Okay, and a focus in most of the articles written for IU East is Parker Salinas. He has been on fire recently, 10-plus points almost the past 3 games. So is this something you predicted happening late in the season, or was this just kind of a blossoming effect?
It's not something I predicted, but I could see it very easily.
Okay.
Parker isn't the most athletic guy. He doesn't have all the physical tools, but somehow he just tends to get it done. And in big moments, that's where he really likes to play, and he does a great job. And the past few games, he's hit a lot of big shots for us, came in and played a lot of big minutes. So, I mean, it's not something that surprises me, that's for sure.
Okay, well, I hope for another big moment for him tonight and for you guys as you play Asbury. So good luck today, Coach.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm Morgan Guard, and let's take this one over to our live commentators at the Tiernan Center.
Let's go.
Focus on pushing it on transition. On defense, when they're guarding Asbury, they dribble the ball well, going off passes. They move around well when they don't have the ball. They really look to attack and break you down off the dribble. They have a tendency to try to go down the middle. They run a lot of handoffs, do a lot of back screens, so they're going to have to talk a lot on defense for the Red Wolves so they don't get lost tonight. And on offense, IU East is going to have to try to drive, penetrate. Rarely will Asbury get caught watching, so they're really going to have to work on their ball screens and get Asbury lost in transition.
All right, well, let's listen into IU East public address announcer Dennis Hicks for tonight's starting lineups between the Eagles and the Red Wolves.
This will create a positive, competitive environment we can all take pride in and enjoy. Tonight's KIAC game features the Eagles from Asbury University and your Indiana University East Red Wolves. Now let's meet the starting lineups for this evening's contest. First, for the visiting Eagles from Asbury University. Starting at guard, number 10, Jordan Gilbert. At guard, number 14, Kyle Lance. At forward, number 23, Christian Benson. At guard, number 24, Tyler Smith. And at forward, number 33, Trenton Thompson. The Asbury Eagles are coached by head coach Will South, assistant coaches Russell Abner, Seth Hunter, and Yeager Eastman. And now, the starting lineup for your IU East Red Wolves. Starting at forward, a 6'6" senior out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, number 0, Don Williams. At guard, a 6'2" sophomore out of Fort Wayne, number 5, Jacoby Claypool. At guard, a 6'3" senior out of Hammond, Indiana, number 10, Vashay Davis. At guard, a 6'7" sophomore out of Indianapolis, number 32, Lucas Huffman. And at guard, a 6'3" senior out of Kokomo, number 33, Arthur Salinas. The head coach of the Red Wolves is Mark Hester. Assistant coaches Tyler Rigby and David Sanders. Your officials for tonight's game are Ken Washam, Gary Durbin, and Kevin Clary.
All right, there you have the starting lineups for tonight's matchup between the Eagles and the Red Wolves. Ty, what do you expect to see out of these two teams here in the first half?
A lot of fight tonight. A lot of fight. It's going to be nice for both teams. They don't have to play anybody that is in their respective division for the conference, so it's nice not to have to just worry about those 4 or 5 teams that you play over and over again. Also, it's a new outlook. You're facing against the other division, so you have to represent your division tonight, so you can't slip up. As for Asbury right now, they're fighting for a good spot in the conference tournament, and as for IU East, you're fighting to keep that top spot, so there's a lot on the line for both teams tonight.
All right, well, 40 minutes of NAIA and KIC basketball action coming up here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Tipping here for the Red Wolves will be Don Williams. Looks like he's going to be going up against Trenton Thompson, a 6'7" freshman forward. And Don Williams stands at 6'6", a senior forward for the IU East Red Wolves. Tip is up, and it's going to go back to Lucas Huffman for IU East. IU East will get the first possession of the ball game. Jacoby Claypool has it inside of the circle here for the Red Wolves. 10 seconds now off the clock. Going to go over to Lucas Huffman on the wing. Huffman down toward the basket, kicks out top to Salinas. Claypool back to Salinas, around to Davis. Now Davis, spin move, trying to get inside the lane, loses his footing, and it'll be picked up by the Eagles. On down the floor, down to Tyler Smith. And now we've got a turnover here on the Eagles, giving it right back to the Red Wolves. So 19:32 to go here in the first half. Dom Williams takes it out, gets it inbounds to Jacoby Claypool. He'll bring it up the floor for IU East, gives it to Dom Williams. As he is feeling a little bit of pressure there from the Asbury defense. Right back to Claypool. Now over to Lucas Huffman on the right side of the floor. Huffman goes down to the baseline, and a foul called on the Eagles. It'll be their first team foul, and it looks like this one will go against Jordan Gilbert. Gilbert will pick up his first. Ball inbounds to Jacoby Claypool. New shot clock here for the Red Wolves. 19:15 to play in the first half. Salinas down to Williams. Now Williams on his way to the basket. Missed and goes back up. And the Red Wolves take the first lead of the ball game, 2-0. Back over to the right side, bringing it up the floor. Pass over to the left side now. And getting it across the timeline for Asbury was Gilbert. Down in the corner, making his way to the basket, throws one up and gets it to go is Trenton Thompson. And we're all tied up at 2.
Definitely one player the Red Wolves will have to face tonight. He came off a hot game against CCU. Unfortunately, they lost, but he was a key contributor to that game.
Red Wolves worked the ball around well, but a missed three-point shot by Claypool that time. 18:27 to go in the first half. On down low. Here's the shot taken this time by Thompson. Short picked up by Claypool of the Red Wolves. Back over to Williams. Hands it off to Huffman. Huffman, 2 dribbles right back to Williams in the corner. Now Williams will take the shot, knocks it down, and now the Red Wolves on top by 2, 4-2. Gilbert with the basketball, passes over to the right side of the floor. Now back over to Gilbert on the left side. Work it down to the corner, back to Gilbert. And Gilbert will bring the ball out top for the Eagles. Set things up. He's inside of the circle. Crosses over, goes back left. And shot taken this time. No good for Kyle Lamb. And we'll go to the other end of the floor with the Red Wolves. Here's Claypool. Gives it to Salinas with the wide open 3. This one rattles out. And the rebound by the opposing number 33, Trenton Thompson. The 6'7" freshman for the Eagles. Gets the rebound that time for Asbury. All over to the left side. Sweep and drive by Kyle Lamb. Now shot taken this time by the Eagles. No good for Svensson. Got a basket by Smith, though, for the Eagles. Makes it 4-4 with 17:03 to go. And now traveling called on Claypool. Turns it over to Asbury with 17 minutes exactly to go in the first half. The Eagles will bring the ball down the floor. Pass over to the left side once again to Gilbert. Gilbert. Nice pass up the floor. It'll go out of bounds. They're going to say IU East tipped it. And it'll stay with Asbury.
Curtis got a little excited with the ref right there. And fortunately, the ref came over and joked around with him.
All right. And nice steal here by Parker Salinas on the inbound pass by the Eagles. It was supposed to go out high that time. And to Lamb. Here's a shot by Vache Davis for the 3. Up and in for Vache. And now the Red Wolves lead by 3. Over to the left side. Gilbert to answer with a 3. No, off the right side of the window. Vache Davis takes it on down to the other end of the floor. Gives it to Lucas Huffman. Huffman to Salinas. Davis for another 3. This one off the front of the rim. And the rebound by the Eagles. On down to the basket. No goal this time for Smith. Vache passes on up the floor to Claypool. On over to Dom Williams. Parker Salinas comes around off the screen that time. Here's Salinas. Back to Williams. Williams, the fade away, no good this time, and the rebound by the Eagles. Brought on down the floor here by Lamb. Lamb down underneath the basket, gets the reverse to fall, and it's a 1-point ball game, 7-6.
That's one player that's had a pretty down year this year. Kyle Lamb's been very good for Asbury in the past, unfortunately with the injury. This season, he hasn't had quite the season they've been hoping for, averaging 8 points a game, but still a great player that you cannot be lazy on defense.
On over to Parker Salinas. Now down to Claypool. Claypool goes up, draws the foul, and will go to the line for 2 free throws. Jacoby Claypool this season, an almost 78% free throw shooter.
He was quite a bit short of there, but it looked like he was trying to put that one in himself, going with a dunk.
Foul is on Smith. He picks up his first. First free throw here for Claypool, off the mark. Doesn't get it to go. 15:20 to play in the first half. The Red Wolves lead by 1, 7-6 here at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. And the second one will go, puts the Red Wolves up by 2, 8-6. On over to the left side of the floor, now with Smith. Smith down low this time. It'll be stripped away from Thompson. Now down to Lucas Huffman. Salinas for the 3. This one falls. And now the Red Wolves lead 11-6. IU East has extended their lead to 5, the largest lead of the ball game. 14:51 to go. The out top with Gilbert. Pass over to the left side to Lamb. Lamb back to Gilbert for the 3. This one's short. Doesn't draw anything. And they're going to say tipped. It'll stay with the Eagles. Do you see it?
I didn't see that, but you got to watch out for Gilbert. 118 of his 211 shots this year have been from three-point range, so that's definitely one that you're going to have to step out on.
Here's Gilbert. Doesn't get it to go as the shot clock goes off. Underneath the basket, fighting for the ball and getting a bucket is Trenton Thompson. It'll be 11-8. 3-point lead for the Red Wolves. Vontae Davis with the 3-point shot fake. Back out to Parker Salinas. On over to Lucas Huffman now on the right wing for the Red Wolves. Huffman back out to Claypool. Now Claypool down to the corner to Huffman for the 3. This one up and in for the IU East sophomore. Red Wolves now lead by 6, 14-8. On the other end, Lamb answers with a 2-point basket. Brings it down to, should be 14-10. I signaled for the 2. Now to be with Lucas Huffman. Huffman gives it to Williams. Salinas for the 3. This one off the mark. And now it'll be with the Eagles. Now here is Lamb once again for the Eagles. And it's a 1-point ball game, 14-13. There's Vontae Davis with the basketball for IU East down to the basket, and he draws the foul and go to the free throw line for a couple of free throws. So the foul goes against Thompson. He picks up his first, and that's the 3rd team foul on the Eagles. Here's Vontae Davis at the free throw line for the Red Wolves. Gets the first one to go. And Aaron Thomas will enter the ball game for the first time today for IU East. Aaron Thomas, a 6'7" freshman forward out of Fort Wayne. Went to Northrop High School. And here's Vontae Davis at the line shooting the second of 2. This one's good as well, and that puts the Red Wolves back up by 3. Nick Bollenbacher, another IU East senior, will come out onto the floor for the Red Wolves.
Already with 4 second chance points, it looks like Coach Hesser might be putting in Aaron Thomas in to try to stop those second chance points early and stop making it a habit so far.
Pass one over to the left side of the floor to Lamb. Working on down to the corner, trying to get it down low. It's Vincent, and now it'll be out of bounds. It'll go to the Red Wolves with 12:58 to play in the first half. Lucas Huffman will take it out of bounds here for the Red Wolves. Huffman gets it inbounds to Claypool. He'll bring it up the floor for IU East. Claypool up to Huffman. Now Huffman goes over to the left. Now handoff to Salinas inside the lane. Goes up and scores for the Red Wolves. And it's 18-13. 12:34 to go in the ball game in the first half. And shot that time, no good for the Red Wolves. And they're going to call Aaron Thomas for the travel. Aaron Thomas trips over his own teammate down underneath the basket. And it goes to the ground, gets called for the travel, so they'll give it back to the Eagles with 12:29 to go. Here's Gilbert, throws one up, and it finds its way into the basket. 3-point ball game, 18-15. Gilbert now has 2, according to the StatWare. 12:08 to go in the first half. Out top, 3-point shot. Doesn't fall for the Eagles. Bollenbacher will take it to the other end of the floor. Here's Lucas Huffman, goes down to the baseline. Now brings it back out. Nick Bollenbacher at the free throw line. Over to Salinas. On over to Huffman in the corner. Takes the shot. This one's short. And Aaron Thomas got to the ball, and there's going to be a foul called. This one will go against the Eagles. And it goes against Tyler Smith, who picks up his second, team's fourth. 11:44 to play in the first half. The IU East Red Wolves lead by 3, 18-15 here on the Red Wolves Sports Network.
Dylan Newman had a terrible dislocated shoulder after a bad dirt bike accident. The long-term solution, surgery and intense rehab.
I trusted Reed Orthopedics because they had already fixed my ankle. And within 4 months of my surgery, Dr. Miller and my Reed therapist, April, helped me to regain my motion and most of my strength. Thanks to Reed Ortho, I can get back to what I love. It's all about trust. Right, Dr. Miller?
Right here at Reed.
Right here in Richmond.
And welcome back to the Richmond High School Tiernan Center, where the IU East Red Wolves have a 3-point lead at the moment with 11:44 to go in the first half. You're watching IU East men's basketball on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And it'll be IU East basketball. Here's Huffman, puts up the 3. Doesn't go. And the rebound by the Eagles. Here's the 3-point shot. No good this time for Kyle Lamb. We'll go to the other end of the floor with the Red Wolves now. 11.5 to play in the first half. Ashe Davis, spin move to get in the lane, finds a basket as well. And now the Red Wolves up by 5, 20-15. Gilbert passes down to the corner. 3-point shot goes up, but doesn't go this time for Christian Morgan. Red Wolves get the rebound and take it to the other end of the floor. Nick Bollenbacher with the basketball for IU East. Bollenbacher goes over to the left side, hands off to Jason Ray. Shot fake, goes right, gives it to Davis. He puts up a 3, doesn't go either. Ray got the rebound, will go out of bounds, stays with the Red Wolves with 10:52 to go in the first half. So 5-point lead, 20-15 for IU East. And Dalton Peters enters the ball game here for the Eagles. Bollenbacher finds Lucas Huffman on the inbound pass. Nick Bollenbacher with the basketball out top, and now we've got a foul called on Asbury, or IU East, excuse me. Oh, I figured it out. It is against Asbury, my bad. All right, so it is going to be against Svensson. He picks up his first.
It's a nice last name.
Yeah.
Svensson.
And now I've got a legal screen called on the Red Wolves, so I got it right this time. 10:41 to go. Yeah, this one's going to go against Jason Ray.
It's all about game angles, and I guess he had the right angle from the baseline to call a screen at the three-point line at the top of the key.
On over to the left side, and now a foul called. This one will have to go against Aaron Thomas. And Thomas will pick up his first team foul number 2 on the Red Wolves. And this will put Trenton Thompson at the free throw line. Thompson this season, 62% free throw shooter, hits the first one. And it's a 4-point ball game with 10:31 to go in the first half. Second free throw, find its way in as well for Thompson. 20-17, a 3-point lead for the Red Wolves with 10:28 to go. Bollenbacher on down the floor to Huffman. Huffman with the basketball out in the corner. He'll bring it out to the free throw line, down to the block. Throws one up and it goes in. 22-17, Red Wolves on top by 5.
Gotta love the home rims. Nice to be at the tournament tonight.
Back over to the left side. And now over to Gilbert. 10 minutes to go here in the first half at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. He brought over to the right side, down to Dalton Peters. Peters goes inside the lane. Tries to lay one in, doesn't get it to go. Jason Ray with the rebound here for the Red Wolves. Gives it to Devontae Davis, on down the floor to Nick Bollenbacher, out on the left wing. Bollenbacher finds Thomas. Now Thomas. Spin move, puts one up, doesn't find its way in this time. And now the Eagles will take it down to the other end of the floor.
Not a bad move there by Aaron Thomas, but you'd like to see him try to make a move towards the rim there instead of just trying to loft it up.
Jason Ray trying to get the block that time for IU East. We'll go to the other end of the floor with the Red Wolves, however. 9:13 to play in the first half. On down to Aaron Thomas. Thomas out to Bollenbacher. Now Bollenbacher has to find his way to the basket. He'll go out top, picked up by Huffman. He's able to save it. And going into the backcourt, gets it into the hands of Devontae Davis. Bollenbacher puts up the three from the right corner. Doesn't go. Rebound by Aaron Thomas. Goes back up strong for IU East, and now it's 24-17 with 8:44 to play in the first half. Gilbert will bring it down the floor here for the Eagles. And passes over to the left side. Going to the basket this time. And unable to score was Morgan. And now we've got a foul down on the floor. Looks like this one is going to end up going against Lucas Huffman. So Huffman will pick up his first and team's third on the Red Wolves. And now we get a little bit of a different look out on the floor. It's going to be Salinas, Ray, Williams, Davis, and Claypool.
So far for Asbury, if you're a fan of the Eagles, you can't be mad with how they're attacking the rim right now. They're playing very aggressive. Just some of these shots just have not fallen in. Unfortunately, a turnover there for Asbury. Miscommunication.
With 8:27 to go. It's a 24-17 lead for IU East. Who has possession of the basketball here out of bounds. Jason Ray taking it out, finds Claypool. And now Claypool will bring it up the floor. Pass over to the left side. Devontae Davis out to the corner. Salinas for the three. This one up and in for Parker Salinas. And now the Red Wolves take their first double-digit lead of the ball game, 27-17. Down on the other end of the floor, missed shot that time by Peters. We go to the other end of the floor with IU East. Here's Salinas. They're behind his back out to Davis. Davis goes up, doesn't get it to go. Back out to Salinas for another three. This one good as well for Parker Salinas. Back-to-back threes, and now it's a 30-17 lead for the IU East Red Wolves.
Got to thank IU Kokomo for the gift they gave us there with having Parker Salinas come over here to IU East. He can knock down those threes.
Saw him back earlier in the season, went 5 for 5 to start off one of the ball games, setting a new record here at IU East. First one to ever go 5 for 5 to start off a ball game. Some that went 4 for 4, but Salinas the first one 5 for 5. This is going to be a basket by Morgan, and I'll make it 30-19. Here's Claypool over to Ray. Now down to Salinas in the corner, back out to Claypool. Claypool inside the lane. We've got a foul called on the Eagles. And looks like this one will end up going against Will Henderson. He picks up his first, and that'll be team's 6th on the Eagles. Claypool finds Davis. Davis trying to go up. Goes out to Nate Niehoff, who's out of the ball game now for the Red Wolves. Niehoff, a 6'6 freshman. Salinas for another 3. This one off the mark, and the rebound by the Eagles. On down the floor, it's in the hands of Henderson. 6:44 to play in the first half. Out to Morgan. And the Eagles will continue to work it all around here a little bit. They're down to 6 in the shot clock. Here's the shot by the Eagles. No good this time. And almost able to get his own offensive rebound that time was Dalton Peters. Vashae Davis at the other end of the floor gets the basket to go. And he'll go to the free throw line for 1.
Great job running transition there. Another key factor right there. Asbury likes to settle into their defense and get comfortable. You can't do that against Asbury if you want to be successful.
The foul is on Christian Morgan. He picks up his first. And that'll bring Smith back into the game for Asbury. And here's Vashae Davis at the free throw line to shoot 1. Knocks this one down, and Davis now 3 for 3 at the free throw line. Anderson with the basketball inside the circle for the Eagles. Go over to the left side, crosses over, goes back right. And now down to Dennis. Working it all around. Lamb off the screen. We'll go back to the left, down to the left block. Comes to a stop and a steal here by Jacoby Claypool, and a foul called on Henderson, who picks up his second personal and team 7th. That'll put the Red Wolves at the line for the 1-and-1 for the next 5:55. And we've got a timeout down on the floor. The Red Wolves lead by 14, 33-19 with 5:55 to play in the first half. You're watching IU East Men's Basketball on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to the Richmond High School Tiernan Center, where the IU East Red Wolves have the 33-19 lead right now over the Asbury University Eagles. It's a KIAC men's basketball matchup. The IU East Red Wolves enter tonight's game 9-2 in KIAC play, and the Eagles 4-6. And Claypool at the line. This is the free throw, and it'll go to the other end now with the Eagles. 5:47 to go in the first half. Coming around trying to score this time for the Eagles. Alex Dennis didn't get the shot to go for the Eagles. And now Jacoby Claypool has it on the other end of the floor for IU East. Down to Nate Niehoff, and Niehoff scores for the Red Wolves. Red Wolves now extend their lead 35-19. Here's Smith down to the basket. He's fouled and will go to the stripe. This one's going to go on number 34, Nate Niehoff. He picks up his first, and that'll be team foul number 4 on the IU East Red Wolves. So now Tyler Smith will go to the free throw line here. Smith this season, a 55% free throw shooter. He averages about 10.7 points per game. It's this one to go, and now it's 35-20. 15-point lead. Pass way on down the floor to Parker Salinas. And it's picked up by the Eagles. Right on down the floor. 3-point shot. No good here for Lamb. And now Claypool will take it on down the floor as he walks across center court. Don Williams goes over to the left side. A handoff to Lucas Huffman. Now Huffman to Claypool from the left elbow. Nothing there. The rebound by Don Williams. Williams back out to Claypool. Finds Nate Niehoff down inside. Now Claypool out top with the basketball. Over to Lucas Huffman. Huffman goes left. Out to Claypool. 15 on the shot clock for the Red Wolves. And Nate Niehoff called for the offensive foul as he backed into the defender that time. So Niehoff will pick up his second personal and team's 5th on the Red Wolves.
It's a good job by Asbury to stay in front. There's a lot of shots that IU East could have taken right there. I think really I guess Coach Hester kind of drove to them that they wanted to drive, kind of get some contact, but Asbury didn't let anyone penetrate there, and good job there by the Eagles, that defensive standpoint.
Kyle Pippinger will come into the ballgame now for IU East, a 6'1 junior. Transfer from Huntington University. 4:32 to go in the first half. The Red Wolves have the 15-point advantage over the Eagles. Down to Smith. Smith trying to get inside of the lane. Finds the room, able to do so and score. And that'll make it a 13-point ball game now. 35-22 with 4:11 to play. Claypool finds Aaron Thomas. Jason Ray on down to Pippinger. Now down to Lucas Huffman. Huffman to Ray. Now on over to Claypool. Looked at 3. Finds Pippinger down in the corner. Shot fake. One dribble on the shot. Won't fall, and the rebound for the Eagles. So Gilbert with the basketball right now for Asbury. 3:42 to go in the first half. Pass one over to the left side. Shot clock down to 12 for Asbury. Here's the shot. And banking it in that time looked like Trenton Thompson. And actually, Alex Dennis with the basket that time. That'll make it a 10-point ball game, 35-25. 3:29 to go here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. It's a 35-25 lead with 3:29 to go in the first half. Kyle Pippinger brings it up the floor. Pass on down to Lucas Huffman. Shot fake from 3-point range. And we'll get it out to Jacoby Claypool to set up the offense here for the IU East Red Wolves. On over to the right side to Kyle Pippinger. Pippinger down to Claypool. Now Claypool finds Jason Ray. Ray finds Claypool out past the arc, puts up the shot, doesn't get it to go. Jason Ray fighting for the rebound, but Asbury able to get to the ball first. Rebound this time by Brightwell for the Eagles. 3-point shot. Up and in here by Gilbert. And now we're down to a 7-point ball game. Out to the corner to Huffman. Ray for the 3 to answer on the other end, and he does for the Red Wolves. 2:34. Here's the shot by Gilbert. No good. Brightwell trying to come down with the ball that time, and it'll be called for over the back. 2:32 to play in the first half as Nick Bollenbacher comes back into the game. He'll give Jacoby Claypool a break. And Aaron Thomas will go to the free throw line here for IU East.
Not surprising here, the Red Wolves so far have shot 15 three-pointers this first half. And luckily enough, 40% from the three-point line, because anything lower might be a struggle this evening.
Vashae Davis back out onto the floor for the Red Wolves as well. Free throw here from Aaron Thomas is good. Thomas, a 50% free throw shooter for the Red Wolves. He's now 7 of 13 on the season. And misses the second one. 7 of 14 on the year. Red Wolves lead by 11, 39-28. And trying to throw back out top to Gilbert. No one there to catch the basketball, so we'll go out of bounds to the Red Wolves with 2:19 to play. Brad Hunt will come into the ball game now for IU East. Brad Hunt, the tallest player on the IU East roster, stands at 6'9". He's a sophomore from North Vernon, Indiana, out of Jennings County High School. Out to Hunt. Hunt to Pippinger. Now Pippinger goes up, gets the basket to go, and he'll go to the line for a free throw. The foul is going to be on number 20, Alex Dennis. And he picks up his first personal. And that's a total of 10 fouls on the Eagles now. So the Red Wolves will be in the double bonus for the remainder of the half. And here's Pippinger at the free throw line. It's the first one as a 75% free throw shooter. The Red Wolves now up by 14, 42-28. 2 minutes to go. And Hunt with the block that time for the Red Wolves.
The bench and crowd clearly happy with that one. Brad getting some playing time here early and making the most of it.
All inbounds to Smith. Smith gets a basket here, and now it's 42-30 with 1:51 to go. Kyle Pippinger with the basketball, doing some ball handling here for the Red Wolves. Passes down to Brad Hunt. Hunt to the basket, and he'll be fouled. Didn't get the dunk to go, but he'll go to the free throw line for 2 anyways.
As I said earlier, Coach Hester always says drive into the lane, and if you get any contact, try to dunk on him. And so far tonight, players are taking that to heart and drawing the contact.
So here's Hunt at the free throw line. We've not seen a whole lot of him out on the floor this season. Hunt also a 50% free throw shooter, but hits the first one. And since he came in off the bench, he's just in the zone out there right now.
Oh, yeah. That's how Brad always is. Whenever he was playing high school basketball down there in North Vermilion, I went down with Rigby a couple times, and even his senior year, when he was on that court, he was zoned in no matter what. He was always focused at the task at hand, and he one of his big goals is to out-hustle everyone on that court, and it really shows.
Improving his free throw percentage a little bit. He's now 8 for 14 on the season. After knocking down both free throws. 1:28 to go in the first half. 3-point shot taken this time by the Eagles and off the mark for Peters. On down the floor with Vashae Davis. Davis out to Hunt. On over to Nick Bollenbacher on the left wing. Bollenbacher over to Pippinger. Now Pippinger. Back to Hunt. Over to Vashae Davis. Keeps it from going out of bounds. 1 minute to go as Vashae Davis gets a basket to go in for the Red Wolves, and now it's 46-30. Marver onto the right side to Morgan. And finding a way to split the defenders and get to the basket and score was Kyle Lamb for the Eagles. That'll make it 46-32. 35 seconds to go here in the first quarter. There's a shot clock on for the Red Wolves. It's at 20 right now with 28 seconds to go. Down to 15.
Looks like they go for a high ball screen here to drain down the clock.
That's a screen. Now we go over to Pippinger. Back to Bollenbacher. Down to 4. Aaron Thomas out to Bollenbacher. Puts up the 3. Up and in for Nick Bollenbacher from way outside. And now it's 49-32. And with 1.5 to go, a foul called on the Red Wolves. This one will go against Kyle Pippinger. And he picks up his first. Team foul number 6 on the Red Wolves.
Not a bad foul right there.
No.
Especially with 1.5 seconds left. Hopefully I don't bite my words there and give up a quick, easy basket here.
Layup into the corner. And this basket will be short for Brightwell. Halftime score. IU East leads 49-32. Ty, tell us a bit about the first half.
The first half was a little bit different than I expected. Knowing the talent that's on both teams, I expected it to not necessarily be a track meet, but definitely utilizing each other's defense and trying to push it in transition. It seemed like a pretty slow game for a while. A lot of the teams have been winding down the clock. When it goes to Asbury's side, when the clock's gone down, it seems like when someone gets a possession of the ball, they kind of just hold the ball and everyone else watches and expects them to take over. Asbury could easily be back in this game right now if they just if they take the isolation plays, drive, kick it, find the open shooters. They could be back in this. So that's one thing. Hopefully, Coach Hester and the other staff emphasize here for the second half.
All right, well, at halftime, the IU East Red Wolves lead 49-32. We'll take a quick break and come back in about 10 minutes or so here on the Red Wolves Sports Network for the second half of tonight's KIC men's basketball matchup featuring the Eagles and the Red Wolves on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Underneath is Brad Hunt. Jason Ray over inside to Fangman, gets it to Hunt, who will put it down. And lobs inside to Brad Hunt. Rebounded by Hunt, and he's going to get that one before. And now the Red Wolves inbound the ball to Hunt. He goes up, slams it. Another block there by Hunt. Make that 2 blocks there by Hunt. Here's Vache, kicks it off to Dom Williams. Dom Williams puts this one up and in for the Red Wolves. Bollenbacher, nice pass inside in the lane to Dom Williams, who scores. Dom Williams underneath the basket with the reverse. Nice pass to Dom Williams. Dom Williams down low at Paul. Dom Williams coming down the floor, puts this one up. Rolling downs to Dom Williams, out top now with Claypool. Lobs inside to Dom Williams. And lob down to Dom Williams. Stolen away by Houston Clark, who's going to bring it down the floor for the Red Wolves. There he goes with the dunk. The lob underneath, and what a play! And here is Clark, plays that one in. Clark with a spin move, gets this one to finish. Clark sets a good screen there for Bollenbacher. A pass inside to Houston, and he scores! Takes it to the lane. Misses layup, but Clark gives the putback. 79, tied up. There's a nice block by Clark. Inbound to Clark. And with the and passes inside to Houston Clark. Good take there by Jacoby. Here's Jacoby Claypool, takes it up the middle. This one's going to go in for Claypool. Jacoby Claypool in the lane that time. And here is Claypool. Goes lane and lays this one in, and one for Claypool. Working the ball around the perimeter, a three-point shot by Claypool. Basket by Claypool. Back out to Claypool. Hits the three. Here's Claypool for three. This one's going to go in. Kick back out. Three-point shot is good for Jacoby Claypool. And stolen away here by Claypool. Goes to the round the defender. Jason Ray stolen away, and he's going to slam it for the Red Wolves. Here's a shot by Jason Ray over to there in the corner for three-pointer. There's Jason Ray. Down in the corner with Clark. Jason Ray for three. 9:30 to play, and Jason Ray for three in the right corner. This one falls. Shot make there by Ray, and that's going to be a good basket for Jason Ray. Josh Price also in for the Red Wolves, who scores right there. Thingman finds Price underneath, lays it in. And one for Josh Price. This is the layup, but Price with the putback. Josh Price, this one's going to be a two-point basket. And a shot there by Price. Finds Price, lays this one in. Oh! Might get there, Josh Price. Off the front end of the rim, rebounded by Price, he puts it back. Finds Josh Price, and he scores the layup. Lucas Hoffman gets a good look. This one falls. A good basket for Lucas Hoffman. He's going to the line to shoot one. Back over to the corner with Hoffman, who takes the three. This one's going to be the first lead for the Red Wolves of the game. Down low, Lucas Hoffman scoring for the Red Wolves. Now Joyner with the ball, takes it to the lane, gets blocked. Inside to Clark, and he finds Hoffman inside. Hoffman for three, knocks it down. Good move there by Hoffman. As Lucas Hoffman puts this one in. Tegman was going to get a pass over to Hoffman. The three at the buzzer. With 40 seconds to play and up by 2. Shot clock down to 10. And here's Bollenbacher. He's going to take it to the lane, lay one up, and in!
That's a big basket there.
9 minutes to go. Jeremy Williams gets blocked by Nick Bollenbacher. Bollenbacher brings the ball up, goes down the left side, and lays it in. Bollenbacher takes it to the basket, lays this one in. Down to Bollenbacher, drives around on the right side, puts one up one-handed, makes it off the glass. Stolen away by the Red Wolves, down the floor to Bollenbacher. Goes left, nice spin move. count the basket. And here's Bollenbacher down the lane, lays it in. Passes down the floor to Nick Bollenbacher, who's just going to lay it in. There's Nick Bollenbacher, takes it to the basket, lays this one in, but they're going to give him the and one. Stolen away by Parker Salinas. He brings it down the right side of the floor and goes. Parker Salinas! Salinas, no good. Here's Parker Salinas. Passes over to the corner to Salinas. He's going to take it to the basket, lay this one in. On top to Fangman. Over to the left corner to Salinas. He puts up a three, and that looks good. Passes inside to Dom Williams. He's going to dish off to Salinas, and one for Parker Salinas. This one rattles off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Salinas. He puts it back up. Parker Salinas for three from the left corner. Gets this one to fall. Parker Salinas down low. This one goes in. And this is the shot rebounded by Salinas. Puts it up, and one. Parker Salinas! Devontae Davis inside the lane. He's going to be fouled. Basket's good. It's recovered by the Red Wolves. Here's Vache. Stolen away by Claypool. Vache underneath the basket this time. Shot clock at 15. 3-point shot by Vache. Out on top, and he goes left side to Vache Davis, who takes the three. This one's good. Here's Vache for three. Turns around, goes left side, blocked by Vache Davis.
Hello, I'm Caleb Gillock, the host of Inside IUE Sports, a show where we talk with coaches, players, and other guests about what's happening with IUE's athletics.
In the top 100 high school seniors.
Last year we were fortunate enough to do a variety of things on the track and then off to be able to be considered.
Make sure to join us on Friday nights at 8:30 p.m. on WETV Channel 20.
What the NAIA has figured out through all their character and leadership programs is let's develop these players as men and women of character, and by doing so, these players will ultimately reach their ceiling.
And welcome to the IU East Men's Basketball Halftime Show here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. Let's go ahead and break into some of the stats here at halftime. We'll start with the visiting Asbury Eagles. They shot 13 of 37 for 35% from the field in the first half, as well as 3 of 11 from three-point range for 27%. And they're also 3 for 4 at the free throw line, shooting 75%. They had a total of 19 rebounds, 6 on offense, 13 on defense, as well as 3 assists, 7 turnovers, 1 block, and 2 steals. For the IU East Red Wolves, they had a total of 17 of 34 for 50% from field goal range, as well as 7 of 16 from beyond the arc, shooting 44%, and 73% at the free throw line, shooting 8 for 11. The Red Wolves also had a total of 22 rebounds, 6 on offense, 16 on defense, a total of 8 assists, 6 turnovers, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. In the enhanced scoring categories, Asbury had 3 points off the fast break, 2 points off turnovers, 16 points in the paint, 9 second chance points, and 5 points in bench scoring. For the IU East Red Wolves, 5 points off the fast break, 16 points off turnovers, 16 points in the paint, 7 second chance points, and 16 points in bench scoring. So at the half, the IU East Red Wolves have the 49-32 lead. Ty, what do you expect to see here in the second half?
I'm going to expect Asbury to really change things up the second half. Obviously down by 17 at halftime. You're playing against a top team in the conference right now. Might not be top by the rankings and all, but of course, coming off this victory off CCU, I think that it's safe to say that IU East is a top team. This is their chance to really make a statement within the conference. Shake things up, make some noise. They got a lot on the line right here. If they go out, play hard, change things up, start attacking the basket more, look for Kyle Lamb for those open three-pointers, this could be a very interesting ball game.
All right. Well, the IU East Red Wolves have a 49-32 advantage going into the second half. And they also, really, if you look at the IU East shooting percentages, you can't complain from there in the first half.
Oh, no, the rim's being very nice for IU East right now. Hopefully it's not the same. Asbury didn't shoot too well on the other side, shooting 35% from the field, 27 from the three, and now IU East is going to shoot on those rims. Hopefully that doesn't translate the opposite side here for the Red Wolves if you're an IU East fan.
All right, it'll be Asbury basketball to begin the second half. And they'll get it into the backcourt. This time to Tyler Smith. Gilbert passes over to the right side to Lamb. Now it's going to be back out top over to the left side to Smith once again on the wing. Now down in the corner. Picked off by Lucas Huffman, and Huffman will bring it on down the floor. And Kyle Lamb will give a little bit of a push there and draw a foul.
It's one of those that can drive the coach crazy there. It's one of those simple little pushes that if the ref's any place to see that, he sees that extra contact, and you're that far away from the basket, and it's this early when you're a key player for the team. There's no need for that foul.
Huffman passes down to the corner to Davis. Davis back to Huffman. And now Jacoby Claypool will set up the offense here for the IU East Red Wolves. 19:30 to go in the second half. Still plenty of time on the shot clock for the Red Wolves, but now it's down to 11. Salinas over to Huffman for the three. This one doesn't fall, and the rebound by Tyler Smith. He'll take it down on the other end of the floor for the Eagles. Deflected there by Dom Williams, but the Eagles able to maintain possession of the basketball. On over to the right side, now bringing it out top will be Vincent. Now here's the three-point shot. Knocked down by Kyle Lamb, and it's 49-35, a 14-point ball game. Now Williams raised across center court, passes over to Lucas Huffman. Salinas passed it over to Claypool out top, and now back to Salinas. Huffman with the ball down by the lane, finds Vashe Davis to the basket and scores. And now it's 51-35. Gilbert with the basketball, passes over to the left side to Vincent. Back to Svensson over on the left side. Here is Smith. Back out top to Lamb. 8 on the shot clock for the Eagles. Back over to the left side. Svensson puts up the three. Doesn't get it to go. But able to tip it in there for the Eagles was Trenton Thompson. Makes it 51-37. That's 17:51 to go. Claypool passes down to Dom Williams. On around to Parker Salinas. Salinas to Davis. Davis over to the corner to Huffman for the three. This one rattles out as well. And the rebound by Vincent. Right side of the floor. They'll work it back over to the left side. Gilbert puts up the three. Gets it to go on the other end of the floor, so maybe it is the rim at that end.
Yeah, 66% from three now for Asbury this half. Over on the friendly rims, and on the other side, IU East currently has not made a single three-pointer on these tough rims that Asbury first started off on.
Down to Don Williams. Back out to Claypool, working around. Vashe Davis with the shot fake. Finds Salinas in the corner for the three. Up and in for Parker Salinas.
25%, let's make it. Or 33.
Yeah, 33.
33. My apologies.
And now he's got an offensive foul on the other end of the floor. 16:48 to go. The foul goes against Lamb. He picks up his second personal.
Just over 3 minutes of play. Kyle Lamb already picking up 2 fouls. Coach keeping him in. He knows that he's going to need Kyle to have a big game if they want Asbury to make a comeback.
Jacoby Claypool with the basketball out high. Claypool passes down to Huffman to Salinas. Into the corner. Davis with the three. Had plenty of space. Got the shot off, but didn't get it to go. Gilbert with the basketball out of the left wing now for the Eagles. 3-point shot taken by Lamb. It will go in either, and the rebound by the Red Wolves. Claypool brings it on down the floor for IU East. Now over to Vache Davis. Davis back to Claypool on top. Claypool finds Davis down to the corner to Huffman. Salinas for another three. This one doesn't go. And the rebound that time by Thompson. On down the floor. And picked up here by Lucas Huffman. Now back over to Huffman from Claypool. Over to Claypool. Down to Aaron Thomas. Thomas back out to Claypool. He's got the ball out on top. Takes a shot inside the lane from about 12 feet out. It'll be tipped back. And Vache Davis gets the ball down to the basket. Unable to score. It's Vincent with the basketball.
So far, good job by Asbury here. They changed it up. They're going ahead and saying, hey, you've beaten us by the 3-point, not by a 3-point shot. Well, of course, a 3-point shot right now.
Right.
If we're going to lose because you're hitting every 3-point shot you take. So they changed it up, and so far, IU East has not been hitting their 3-pointers, and Asbury could easily crawl back into this game.
Fouls on Vache Davis. He picked up his team's first on the Red Wolves. And that'll put Lamb at the free throw line. It's the first one. It's now 54-41. Now the second free throw. Good as well. And now we're down to a 12-point ball game, 54-42. Over to Jacoby Claypool, walks it across center court. Here for IU East. On down in the corner. Now Huffman. Down inside to Aaron Thomas. Thomas with the basket for the Red Wolves. And the IU East scoring drops now 56-42. And you see Lamb go diving across the floor that time, diving after the loose ball. All over to the left side, trying to pass down inside to Aaron Thomas. It'll be off the foot of Thompson. 14:58 to play here in the second half at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. Huffman on over to the left side, down to Claypool. Claypool to Huffman. Huffman with the basket for the Red Wolves. And now the Red Wolves back up by 16, 58-42. On over to the left side. Lamb at the elbow. Pass down low. Thompson gets blocked. And it'll be out of bounds. Stays with Asbury with 14:33 to play in the second half. Over on the sideline, pass down into the corner. Lamb, pass over to the left side. Svensson with the foul now. Back over to the right side. 14:21 to go. And Thompson will go to the free throw line for two after the foul called on Aaron Thomas. So Thomas picks up his second personal. And he'll go to the line for two. Thompson, talked a little bit about him earlier, a 62% free throw shooter for the Eagles. First free throw, up and in. And Thompson now 3 for 3 at the free throw line in tonight's ball game. Second free throw, good as well. It's now 4 for 4, and it's 58-44. And we've got a timeout taken out on the floor by the Asbury Eagles. It'll be a full timeout. We'll take a quick timeout as well and come back with more IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network.
My husband Larry came to Reed because he was in respiratory distress, and he came in through the emergency room and almost dying. The ethic of camaraderie and teamwork and customer service was extraordinary. After a few weeks of care with the fantastic staff in the medical, the CCU, the rehab departments, everywhere, he came home to me in one piece and ready to start the next stage of his life. We absolutely believe that Reed Hospital and the people here saved his life.
And back to IU East men's basketball on the Red Wolf Sports Network. 14-19 to play in the second half. And the IU East Red Wolves have the 58-44 lead over the visiting Asbury Eagles at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. It'll be Lucas Huffman taking it out of bounds. Gets it inbounds to Jacoby Claypool for the IU East Red Wolves. He brings it down the floor for IU East. Claypool has the ball out high for IU East. Comes off the screen set by Huffman. Over to the left side, down to Parker Salinas in the corner. And now they'll bring it back out top. Claypool down the lane. Unable to get it to go, and the rebound by Trenton Thompson of Asbury. Now Gilbert takes the three from way outside. This one will be short. The rebound by Jacoby Claypool for IU East. Pass on down to Lucas Huffman, down to Parker Salinas. Makes his way to the basket and scores for the Red Wolves. And now it's 60-44. Out on the left wing, here's Gilbert. Pass over to the right side now. Now down the corner. Lob inside, and the basket on the other end by Thompson. Makes it a 14-point ball game. Claypool brings it over to the right side of the floor for the Red Wolves. Now Nate Niehoff. The foul called on Thompson, who picks up his second. So Claypool will take it out to the right of the IU East basket now. Finds Lucas Huffman out top, over to the left side to Salinas. Now Salinas down to Nate Niehoff on the block. Back out to Salinas, three-point shot from top of the key. It'll be off the back of the rim. And Gilbert beats Davis to the ball that time. And Smith will bring it down the floor for the Eagles. On over to the right side. Back out top to Gilbert. Over to the left side to Lamb. Makes his way to the lane. And we've got a block called on Nate Niehoff. So Nate Niehoff will pick up his third. And the basket is good for Lamb, so Lamb will go to the free throw line for one. Lamb now with a total of 12. Or excuse me, 14. He's got 14 right now. Chance to make it 15 right here at the free throw line. 12:43 to go in the second half. IU East up 60-48, now 60-49. Claypool brings across center court over to the left side of the floor for the Red Wolves. Now down to Parker Salinas. Salinas inside to Niehoff. Niehoff back out to Salinas. Kicks out to Claypool for the three. This one's short. The rebound by Parker Salinas, who goes up and gets blocked. We over to the backcourt. Lucas Huffman gets the basketball. We've got a foul called on Asbury. This one looks like it's going to go against Tyler Smith. And Smith picks up his fourth. So the Eagles will have to bring back in Christian Morgan. give Smith, who's gotten himself into some foul trouble here early in the second half. So Jacoby Claypool will take it out on the sideline for IU East. Gets into bounds to Devontae Davis. Davis on down to Salinas. Back out to Claypool. Claypool over to Davis on the right side of the floor. Starts to make his way to the basket. Before tossing it back out to Nate Niehoff. Niehoff trying to get some possession. Called for the travel. And that turns it over to the Eagles with 12:07 to go. So Nick Bollenbacher will come back into the ball game now for IU East. Lamb on down, gives it to Gilbert. Gilbert over to the wing, and a three-point shot, no good for Todd Jefferson. Bollenbacher to Davis. Davis goes up, and they call him for the offensive foul. Devontae picks up his second personal, and team foul number 4 on the Red Wolves. 11:47 to go in the second half. The IU East Red Wolves up by 11, 60-49 on the Red Wolves Sports Network.
This is where a busy mom can work toward a bachelor's degree from a top national university during softball practice. It's where a service member can continue his college studies from anywhere in the world, and where you'll benefit from one of the country's most effectively delivered online programs.
Woohoo!
So, if you've ever wondered if a college education is really worth it, this is where you'll see that it is. This is Indiana University East Online.
We felt the best way to change human behavior was not necessarily to always be on people's backs, but rather it was to catch them doing something right and to reinforce it.
And welcome back to Richmond High School to the Tiernan Center, where the IU East Red Wolves have an 11-point lead, 60-49. Asbury basketball coming out of the media timeout. On across center court. Lamb with the basketball. The handoff to Morgan. Morgan back out over to the right side. And Lamb down to the basket. Doesn't get this one to fall. On down the floor, into the corner to Parker Salinas. Salinas out to Huffman, and a foul called here on the Eagles. It'll be team foul number 5 on Asbury. And Lamb will pick up his third personal. Nick Bollenbacher taking it out of bounds for the IU East Red Wolves. Finds Nate Niehoff in the corner. Out to Parker Salinas, now to Huffman. Here's Huffman. All the way down to the block. Gets the shot off, draws the foul, and he'll go to the free throw line. So the foul will go against Christian Morgan. He picks up his second personal. And that's a total of 6 on the Eagles here in the second half. They'll put Lucas Huffman at the free throw line, a 71% free throw shooter this season for the Red Wolves. Makes it 61-49.
Lucas having a quiet night tonight, 8 points with 2 rebounds. Usually by now he's starting to heat up in most of his games.
This is the second free throw. Red Wolves up by 12. And Bollenbacher will bring it down and lay it in for the Red Wolves. 63-49. Lamb over to the left side. He's an opening, tries to go for it. Ends up passing it over to the corner instead. It's going to be with Henderson now. Henderson out top. Morgan for the shot. And gets it to go from three-point range. So this foul is going to be called on Parker Salinas. Salinas will pick up his first personal, and that's 5 on the Red Wolves now. Kyle Pippinger will come back out onto the floor for IU East. And we've got Morgan at the free throw line to shoot 1. Morgan, 74% free throw shooter. Didn't get it to go. 63-52 with 10.5 to play. Here's Pippinger on down to Niehoff. And to Pippinger. This one will find its way into the cylinder. 65-52. On down the floor with Henderson. Crossover behind the back. And he will go off the screen set out top. On over to the right side. The shot taken. No good this time by Henderson. On down the floor with Bollenbacher. Pulls up for the shot from the elbow. Lashe Davis was trying to go up. Put it back in. Looks like we've got a foul call on the Eagles. Anyway, 9:58 to go. And this foul is going to be on Henderson. Picks up his third. And that's 7 fouls on the Eagles. .958 to go with Vache Davis at the free throw line. And another free throw there for Vache. Makes it 67-52 with Jacoby Claypool back into the ball game. Pass over to the right side, and Lamb will bring it up the floor for the Eagles. Back out top, here's Thompson. Spin move to get to the basket and scores. 67-54 with 9:38. Bollenbacher gives it to Jason Ray with a three-point shot fake. Back to Bollenbacher. Ray reverses it around to Pippinger. Now Pippinger over to Bollenbacher. He puts up the three. This one finds its way out. And 9:20 to go in the second half. He out on top. Lamb had an opening to the basket, but dishes out to the corner instead. And an offensive foul called there on the Eagles. This one will go against Todd Jefferson.
I'm honestly surprised. There's been a lot of charges called tonight. Yeah. Usually they'll call a lot of the blocks to defend the guy attacking the rim, but not this evening.
9:07 to go. Here's Jason Ray with the basketball, trying to get it out to Bollenbacher, but stolen away by Kyle Lamb. On his move to the basket, down to the other end. And now a block called on that end of the floor. This one will go against Bollenbacher, who will pick up his first personal.
I'm Dr. Ganesh Ramachandran, the region's only hand specialist at Reed Orthopedic Center. Patients love how easy it is having everything under one roof and how easy it is to get here. Right here at Reed Orthopedic Center, right here in Richmond.
Dylan Newman had a terrible dislocated shoulder after a bad dirt bike accident. The long-term solution, surgery and intense rehab.
I trusted Reed Orthopedics because they had already fixed my ankle. And within 4 months of my surgery, Dr. Miller and my Reed therapist, April, helped me to regain my motion and most of my strength. Thanks to Reed Orthopedics.
And welcome back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolf Sports Network. 5:21 to go here in the second half. Aaron Thomas at the free throw line for the IU East Red Wolves. And the first free throw off the back of the rim, no good for the IU East freshman. Red Wolves hanging on to an 11-point lead right now, 72-61. And here's the second free throw from Thomas. Rebound by the Eagles. Thomas couldn't get the second one to go either. Lamb with the basketball out on top of the key. Goes over to the left side and now down to the basket. Blocked by Aaron Thomas. And Jacoby Claypool brings it on down the floor for the IU East Red Wolves and draws the foul. Claypool will go to the free throw line now for the Red Wolves. And this foul is going to be on number 3, Dalton Peters. He picked up his third. And Jacoby Claypool will go to the stripe for IU East. Claypool, a 78% free throw shooter. First free throw won't go for Claypool. Red Wolves as a team shooting 66% at the free throw line in today's game. Here's Claypool. Second free throw will go. Now the Red Wolves up 73-61 with 4:57 to go. On down to the basket. Unable to get one to go on the other end for the Eagles by Gilbert. Now here's Don Williams for the three. It won't fall either. Parker Salinas able to get to the basketball and a foul called on the Eagles with 4:45 to play. And this one will go on number 33, Trenton Thompson. Picks up his third. And now Parker Salinas at the free throw line. First one to go for Salinas. Here's Parker, the IU East senior at the free throw line. Goes 2 for 2 at the stripe this time. And puts the Red Wolves back on top by 14, 75-61. And a good basket at the other end of the floor by Kyle Lamb. He'll go to the free throw line for one. This foul is going to be called on Lucas Huffman. Huffman will pick up his second. We've got 4:37 to go in the ball game. Lamb at the line to shoot one. A chance to make an 11-point game once again with 4:37 to go, and he does. 75-64. Jacoby Claypool brings the ball over to the right side, gives it to Parker Salinas. Back to Claypool, reverses over to Don Williams. Williams down underneath to the basket. And everybody putting up a fight for the basketball underneath that time. This will go out of bounds off of the Red Wolves to the Eagles with 4:21 to go. Goes inbounds to Smith. And now we brought down the floor here by Lamb. Thompson inside the lane, puts one up, and it goes in. Down to a 9-point game, 75-66.
Quietly, Trenton Thompson working on his double-double here.
Yeah.
Just one rebound shy, and so far this evening he's played a quiet game, but he's been a key player for the Asbury Eagles tonight.
Now Vashae Davis with the basketball. Passes over to Parker Salinas. 10 remaining on the shot clock for the Red Wolves. Here's Claypool. Down to the block, puts one up, off the backboard and in. 77-66. Red Bulls back up by 11. Lamb passes over to the right side. Here's Peters going to the basket. It'll be back out, picked off there by Claypool. Claypool over to Huffman with a three. And Lucas Huffman with the three-pointer for the Red Wolves puts IU East back on top by 14. On over to the right side now, and the shot taken and knocked down by Kyle Lamb. And Lamb now with 30. This will go out of bounds off of Thompson. That'll give it back to the Red Wolves with 2:57 to go. Aaron Thomas back out onto the floor for the Red Wolves.
Hopefully the storyline for the Red Wolves this year stays true, where when scoring 80 points or more, IU East is currently undefeated. And with that 80th point, there were 2:57 left. Hopefully that follows the case.
All right, 30-second timeout on the floor. 2:57 to go. Red Wolves lead by 11 on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And back to the Red Wolves Sports Network for more IU East men's basketball here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. 2:57 to go in the second half, and the Red Wolves hanging on to an 11-point lead still. Be down in the corner, Salinas, a three, no good. The rebound by Aaron Thomas, and now a foul called on the Eagles. So this one looks like it's going to go against Jordan Gilbert. He picks up his second personal. And Aaron Thomas will go to the free throw line here for the Red Wolves. Inside of a quiet Tiernan Center. Gets the first one to fall, 81-69 with 2:51 to go. Second free throw by Thomas.
It's crazy how in the midst of a packed crowd here tonight, the fans are able to keep their control and be quiet for the free throw shooter.
Yeah. On over to the right side of the floor. Shot off the mark that time by Lamb. The rebound by Vache Davis. Vache Davis pulls up for the three. This one up and in for Vache. And now the Red Wolves lead 85-69. On down the floor, and a basket made by the Eagles. Make it 85-71. Now here's Vache Davis with the basketball. Give it back to Jacoby Claypool. And another foul called here on Asbury. With 1:58 to go in the ball game, the foul is going to go against Gilbert. He picks up his third. A 14-point lead here for the Red Wolves with Jacoby Claypool going to the free throw line. Oh, gotta watch that cable when you try to stand up, man. I'll tell you what. First time for everything.
Thankfully, he didn't distract Jacoby as he makes that free throw there.
All right, 1:58 to go. And second free throw finds its way in as well, 87-71 with 1:56 to go in the ball game. And on down the floor. With Gilbert. Crossover behind the back, pulls up from the left elbow. Doesn't get this one to fall. Parker Salinas with the rebound. 1:40 to go in the ball game. Now on over to Davis. Salinas with the basketball, gets it out to Claypool. .13 on the shot clock as Parker Salinas puts up a three, and it goes. Red Wolves lead 90-71. On down to the other end of the floor. Shot no good. Aaron Thomas trying to get the basketball. Got it out to Huffman. Still out on the floor. And now looks like maybe a timeout down there on the floor. So the Red Wolves lead 90-71 with 1:09 to play in the second half. We'll take a quick break and come back with the final seconds of the IU East men's basketball game against Asbury University here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome back to IU East men's basketball here on the Red Bull Sports Network. 1:09 to go in the second half, and the Red Bulls up by 19. 90-71 is the score, and it's IU East basketball. Inbounds to Jacoby Claypool. Claypool comes to a stop, passes on up the floor to Kyle Pippinger. Down in the corner to Davis, and now out to Jacoby Claypool. Under a minute to go here at the Richmond High School Tiernan Center. Here's Jacoby Claypool down to the block, goes up. Doesn't get it to go, and it'll be out of bounds. This one will go to the Eagles. 51.8 to go in the ball game. Lamb takes it on down the floor here for the Eagles. Takes the three from top of the key, knocks it down. 90-74. Yeah,
Brad, that was a tough shot right there.
And now Salinas passes on over to Pippinger. It was quickly followed by Gilbert. Now gives it to Davis. 35 on the game clock, down to 20 on the shot clock here for the IU East Red Wolves. Under 30 seconds to go. And the Red Wolves are going to pick up another conference win here at home tonight. Salinas for the three. This one off the back of the rim. And it'll go over toward the sideline. Quickly gathered by Peters. And on down to the other end of the floor. 12 seconds to go for the Eagles. No shot clock. And now Thompson with the basketball. Steps back, takes the three. This one won't go. And Vache Davis with the rebound. And the Red Wolves will take the win here at home tonight. 90-74. Red Wolves take a 16-point win. Ty, tell us a bit about tonight's game.
Tonight's game really kept it off for IU East this season. So far, they're coming off of a tough couple losses, but they've really kept true to their game, stayed and focused on what they need to do, and took care of business against Asbury tonight. Kyle Lamb had a nice 30 points tonight, and Trent Thompson was just a rebound short of a double-double. And when you play against teams like that, it's easy to get caught up and kind of slip up. And luckily enough for the Red Wolf fans, the IU East men's team was able to keep control of the game and hold on to the end.
All right, well, the Red Wolves take the win 90-74. Stay tuned. We'll come back with the IU East men's basketball postgame show here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. And welcome to the IU East Men's Basketball postgame show here on the Red Wolves Sports Network. Joining me tonight, Aaron Thomas. Aaron, a big conference win here tonight for the Red Wolves. Tell us a little bit about
it. We just wanted to come out and play a good game. You know, this is a conference game, and playing the other side of the conference is a big deal. And we just wanted to go out on a good note and make sure we came out and played well tonight.
All right, after that Ohio Christian loss, the win against Rio Grande, what did this win here tonight mean to the team?
It means a lot. Like I said, playing the other side of the conference and going on to the next stage. Mm-hmm. And it's just a big win for us. And I just want to, it was a team effort tonight. And, yeah.
All right, tell us a bit about your game here tonight.
I just do what I usually do. Try to go out there, rebound, play good defense, and I was fortunate enough to, get the ball in my hands a couple times and make some plays. Mm-hmm. And I thank my teammates for, getting the ball in those situations, so I really appreciate that.
All right, well, IU Southeast coming up next week. Obviously, you as a freshman have not played against the Grenadiers yet, but have you guys started looking at them at all yet?
We've seen some film on them, here and there. But, we take every game one at a time, so we'll probably get a break here, and then we'll be right back at it tomorrow.
All right, thanks for joining me. Congratulations on a great win here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you have it from Aaron Thomas talking about tonight's win over the Asbury University Eagles. And we'll go ahead and start breaking down these stats from tonight's game. We'll start with the Asbury Eagles. They shot 40% from field goal range, also 39% from three-point range, and almost 85% at the free throw line in tonight's game as well. And as far as rebounding, the Eagles pulled down 37 in tonight's game, 8 on offense, 29 on defense, as well as 9 assists, 14 turnovers, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. For the IU East Red Wolves, 44% from field goal range, as well as 32% from three-point range, and 73% at the free throw line, with a total of 19 of 26 at the line in tonight's game. The Red Wolves won the rebounding battle by 9, 46 total rebounds for the Red Wolves, 14 on offense, 32 on defense, along with a total of 16 assists, 10 turnovers, 5 blocks, and 8 steals. In the enhanced scoring categories, Asbury 5 points off the fast break, 4 points off turnovers, 30 points in the paint, 13 second chance points, and 10 points in bench scoring. And for the IU East Red Wolves, 10 points off the fast break, 23 points off turnovers, 34 points in the paint, 15 second chance points, and 29 points in bench scoring. Next game for the Red Wolves will be coming up on February 9th. The women's basketball team will be tipping off at 6 p.m., and the guys will follow at 8 p.m. That's going to be at IU Southeast coming up on February 9th, and then they'll travel to Kokomo on February 11th. So a lot more conference games coming up here for the Red Wolves to finish off the regular season. Well, the IU East Red Wolves, with the win here tonight, they improved to 16-10 on the season, 10-2 in conference play. And Asbury now below the 500 mark on the season, 12-13, 4-7 in kayak play. Well, the Red Wolves take the win here tonight, 90-74. Special thanks to all of our crew, Kyle Garner, our broadcast engineer, Ty Butler. For commentary, I'm Caleb Gillock, voice of your IU East Red Wolves. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time here on the Red Wolves Sports Network.